Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news in another live stream. Now, I've been following this whole thing dealing with Charlie Kirk for quite a little bit, right? And as I've stated before, you have people out here, in a sense, pushing this thing to an area of which it does not need to go at all. You have a lot of people that are highly emotional. They don't really want to specifically focus in on the real problem, the real issue. They don't really want to talk about that. They don't want to face that thing. So we were able to see over time how this played out and how people, instead of wanting to focus in on the killer, right? Focus in on how he was raised instead of focusing in on the family, focusing in on his friends, right? Because normally, and this is when race has to get stepped in order to show a difference, compare and contrast. If Charlie Kirk's killer was a black American male, mainstream media and many conservatives and others out there would have decided to pick apart his whole life, right? They would have gone from his grades from the fifth grade. It was like, oh, he was, already failing. Oh, well, we already knew he was going to be a killer, right? They would have picked apart his friends. Oh, he had friends that were, robbed a candy store, back when they were in the ninth grade. Oh, we already knew he was going to be a killer, up to no good. Not for America, right? They would have went through his high school record, college record. They would have picked apart his living situation. If even if he had two parents, they would have still said something very critical. They would have tried to question the religion, the era of which he grew up in. If he was a single, a child that grew up in a single parent, they would have tore that apart and said that, oh, he was a statistic, and it was, only a matter of time before he showed himself to be the statistic that we all know that he is. Right? They would have torn apart everything, left no stone unturned. But oddly enough, when it deals with Charlie Kirk's shooter, I didn't see the exact same energy, which for me is a little bit weird. It's a little bit odd how that did not specifically happen. So it moved from that to not wanting to face the fact that the killer is a white male in Utah, right? Mormon, more than likely, or Christian. And he was raised in a household full of Republicans. It went against all the narratives that they set foot. You had a lot of people trying to blame the trans community, a lot of people trying to blame the black community or immigrants. You even had the governor of Utah, which a video I played for you guys before, who was a white male who stated that for 31 or 33 hours, he prayed to God that it was somebody else. He prayed to God that it was just some random person. He prayed to God that it was some immigrant. He prayed to God that it was somebody from another country. As long he would have been basically stating, which I don't think a lot of people caught, he was saying that he would have had more comfort, more solace. He would have been fine with how everything played out as long as it was somebody who didn't look white. And I didn't see any white people out there questioning that type of line of thinking. First of all, you want to bring religion and God directly into this. Secondly, who makes a prayer like that? Being a religious person, who makes a prayer to hope that the person who did this was not you? Wouldn't you hope that the person that did this would be caught quick, fast, and in a hurry so that the family could receive the justice that they deserve instead of trying to focus in on the color or the nationality of the person? Again, that's a little bit weird, but that's the society that we live in at this current moment in time. And I'm bringing it up because a lot of times people like to come on my platform and tell me that, hey, Seji, why are you focused on color when there's no need for it? Why are you guys, the blacks, always focused on race? It's because you guys are always focused on race. Because you couldn't deal with yourselves, that brought you right here to me. So, because a lot of folks out there could not deal with the fact that the shooter is white in a Mormon Christian state, raised amongst Republicans, fully loving guns and everything of the sort, they decided to lose their minds and be like, you know what, we're going to send some threats directly to these black colleges, these HBCUs. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird because I'm like, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm like, nobody black had anything to do with the story. One person that they first arrested that they had that was a person of interest was an elderly man that they said that he was arrested and charged with obstructing justice. Then you had a second person that was arrested. They didn't show us what that person looks like, oddly enough. And then the third and final person was Charlie Kirk's actual shooter. Even with at least out of the three people that they had in custody and that they said were people of interest, right? Charlie Kirk's killer and the other old guy that they said was getting charged with obstruction of justice. Even with those two white males directly up there, somehow, some way, people was like, you know what? We got to figure out a way to blame the blacks. It has to be the blacks. Let's go after these HBCUs. We're not really nowhere in Utah. The Utah population of Black Americans is about 1%, if not a little bit more. So I'm not even sure how that even calculated into anybody's brain. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Now I do see some people in the comment section saying that he was heavy on the left, right? But does that negate the fact that he was raised around Christian slash Mormons, all white Republicans? Does that change the fact there? I'm a little bit confused because the grandmother said one thing, right? And I tend to believe the elders in people's families when they speak because I don't see a reason for elders to lie, especially on something like this, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, got to take it with a grain of salt. Didn't the grandmother happen to mention, because I saw somewhere out there in the interwebs that the grandmother had mentioned that their family is full on Republicans, and the way that she responded, she was more offended that people, felt that her family were anything close to the left. She was like, basically I'm fine with, the grandson or whatnot being a killer. That's a whole nother plate. But don't you ever sit up there and call us a Democrat. Don't you ever say that we're on the left. We're Republican. We're conservative in this house, in this family. So I'm just saying, I'm going to pay attention to the elders. I'm going to pay attention to those responses because that is part of the core upbringing of a lot of people's homes, is it not? Is that not where a lot of us get our values? Is that not where a lot of us learn our empathy and our sympathy directly from? Is that not the ground base, the foundation for a lot of us here in the United States, which are our elders? This is why we hold them up so high. This is why we pedestalize them in a lot of times. This is why we take care of them, right? But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. But the reason I'm doing this live stream here is that I want to point out the fact that you have a group out here that looks nothing like me, right? I'm a Black American male, and I'm clearly looking at somebody who does not look like me, and they're going to talk to the president, right? Just by way of video on TikTok, and they're going to ask the president to please give the word, start a civil war. Let us do what it is that we need to do in order to clean up and clear this country. It's a little bit weird to me, right? But just in case nobody believes me, right? Let the video play.
Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country. Please, if you're watching this, and you share the same sentiment, send it to Donald Trump. Share it on your page. Whatever. Get this message out there. This is not a joke. I'm a peaceful man. Time for peace is over. I'm willing to fight and I'm willing to die. We are all Charlie Kirk.
So we heard that, right? He said, we are all. He didn't say I. I want people to pay attention to the words that he stated. He didn't say I am Charlie Kirk. He said we, as in talking about the conservatives, talking about the Republicans, talking about those on the right that are mourning for Charlie Kirk, mourning for his wife, mourning for his daughter. mourning for the rest of America, because when they look at Charlie Kirk, they see themselves. And this is what I calmly explained in the previous live stream that we had going the day before. Again, pay very close attention to the wording that is used, because normally a lot of people like to say that white people are not a monolith. But yet, when I heard that man speak, he was speaking as if he was representing or a part of a group, part of a monolith who have the same type of group think, the same type of feelings, the same type of ideologies, as if they're looking at the landscape at the exact same time, the exact same way, at the exact same angle. But I could have sworn anytime that I mention or I speak directly to or on the white community, I always hear you guys say that all white people are not the same. We are all not alike. But when it happens to be that something that you love so much is taken away from you, magically everybody becomes a group. Magically people become a monolith, so to say. Magically people have the same ideologies. And again, I see some people still bringing up the whole thing, talking about like trans and the left. I want you guys to understand that I showcased a picture or a clip of Republicans who are a part of the LGBT. So please miss me with that. Miss me with the whole thing, because you're trying to make it say that this person is part of LGBT. They obviously have to be on the left. Huh? Where did that come from? You do have gay conservatives. You do have trans conservatives. You do have LGBT that is a part of the right, the conservatives. So miss me with that. Don't try to make it, don't come on here and try to make it seem like it only exists clearly on one side. It does not. You're playing yourselves as straight fools. You're playing on your own intelligence if you're going to try to pull that type of card here. We ain't doing that. And like I said, I've done some stories on some Republicans that have, or conservatives that have had to, let's say, come directly out to the forefront, right? But anyways, let's keep going.
I hope when this is all over, you remember who fired first. You've tried to kill the president twice, and now you've assassinated man for talking. You don't really want to do this, okay? 400 million plus firearms in this country, and they don't belong to the left, bro. Yeah. If you think it's okay to murder someone because of their opinion, you get what's coming to you. You and yours.
Right? So you see that bald man there. He said, who did the first shot? Right? And he said, you guys need to sit up there and remember this. Right? You guys need to sit up there and remember this. We got somebody who decided that they wanted to bring up stats. Got somebody who decided they want to bring up some stats. Let me tell you something. We do have some stats. We do have some stats, and I got you, no problem, right? Because we went over this a little bit before, and I did see some white folks directly in the comment section trying to tell me to shut up and why bring race directly into this, right? That's cool, no problem. I don't really have a problem. Like I said, we got varying opinions, right? So let me put up these demographics, and like I said before, I'm the type of person, I can be honest. I have no problems. If there are L's to be had and hold, I will sit up there and hold those L's and no problem, right? So this person wanted to, in a sense, talk about the percentages of those who commit murders, correct? No problem. I got you. So I'm going to be the representative. I am a black male talking. Let me just get this man directly off the screen. I'm a black male talking directly to you, and I'm looking at the brand new fresh stats. Well, you might have to turn your phone sideways in order to see it, right? But from the small graph that when you turn the phone sideways and expands directly for you, you should be able to see the data directly up there, right? To match up in a sense with what the person is stating, right? Because we're talking about the types of things that go on directly in the United States, but this one more so has to do with murder. Correct? It says homicide offender versus victim demographics, right? But I want people to pay very close attention to the numbers that you see, right? You got the Black and African American, 43,881, but then it also says the victim directly to the right side, right? 42,572, which then means that within proximity, of course, the crimes that are committed are going to be done to self. If we look directly to the white part, down below it says 29,527. And then to the right directly of that, it says 31,380, which means that when white people are amongst themselves, of course, within proximity, they're going to commit the most crimes. So again, I'm trying to get people to understand how this specifically works. Because if we're going to supposedly go by the numbers or how it is that people decide to list, that would then mean that the smallest Black demographic in Utah, which is like 1% of the population, is doing all of the crimes pretty much in Utah, as a lot of people would like to present it, the way that people would like to represent and state these things directly online. But we all know, obviously, that is not the case. We know that even with the percentage given, because the population is like 1%, it's the smallest percentage. Like how a lot of people like to say in America, Black people are the smallest percentage, but yet they do all of the crimes, right? The exact same thing, but yet that's not what we see in Utah. Color me surprised. We have other demographics directly from the FBI as well. We're going to go directly to the assaults, right? Like I said before, I have no problem doing this, taking a little bit of time and placing this information directly up there. I'm probably not going to see the other comments. Let me just scroll right down. Probably going to miss a lot of comments there, but it be like that sometimes. So we got aggravated assaults and we got demographics. And shout out to the people who say that I'm preaching some type of hate. I'm not exactly sure what hate I'm actually speaking or preaching at this moment in time, by giving examples of how people would judge this if it was a Black male, right? Because what do everybody say? Oh, the typical suspect, right? Statistically speaking, it's going to be Black, right? But that's not what we're dealing with the Charlie Kirk situation. So I need a lot of people to sit up there and miss me with the whole thing of, oh, why does race is a part of America, it's a part of the construction, it's woven into the concrete, it's woven into the fabric. Miss me directly with that and everything else that you're trying to bring with that. If you can't handle the simple things that I'm talking directly about, then obviously this conversation is not for you. You're not adult enough and ready enough for this conversation to actually have it, nor are you actually ready to try to push forward the United States, America, as it is. And as I stated before, it's interesting how people have more problems with me speaking on this and my words versus Charlie Kirk's killer, his upbringing, what it is that he specifically did, or anything else dealing with that situation. You got more problems with me speaking. You don't have any problem with any of your cohorts, any of your individuals that I've been showing for like the last 3 or whatever live streams that I've done that have been advocating for violence and a civil war. You don't want to question that. You don't want to question their upbringing. You don't want to question that freedom of speech that they have and say that they need to shut up. But I, as a Black male in America, I need to shut up because I'm talking about race and giving examples on doing a compare and contrast, because we know how it is if it would have played out the way that a lot of people wanted to play it out, such as the Utah governor, where he openly said it. That was a white male. White male openly said that he would rather be anybody else but a white male. But you got a problem with me speaking about race? Miss me with that. Miss me with that. Like that's crazy. That's diabolical. But anyways, because the person up here wanted to bring up stats, like I said, I have no problem trying to oblige a lot of people up here when they want to, have these conversations. So again, turn your phone sideways. It says aggravated assaults and offenders versus victim demographics. White, 1.4 million, correct? 1.4 million. Then we got victim by race. White, 1.8. So then we have Black or African American, 1.2. Then we look directly to the side, Black or African American victims, 1.3. So again, we're starting to see that usually when people are within proximity to themselves, this is where the most harm happens. This is where the most harm happens, when you have people who are amongst themselves versus when people are mixed in with everybody else, right? But again, for aggravated, from the FBI crime data chart that they have fresh, brand spanking new directly up here, and this is a time frame of 5 years, right? And these are the numbers. Time frame of 5 years, and these are the numbers, right? And again, that one is white. So next we're going to go directly to I'm going to have to put this one a little bit different. I'm going to have to be, for YouTube purposes, I'm going to have to slightly blur out the very first word there. Let me make sure it's not anywhere else on the page, again, for YouTube purposes, right? So the next one we're going to go directly over is paraphrasing. We got to just read directly through it. It is grape, right? So that's the next one that we're going to look directly at. Let me put that information directly in front of you, because I felt earlier today that somebody was going to just so happen to bring up statistics, and we're going to go by the FBI, right? Because FBI does great work. They do the God's work, Lord's work, right? So when it deals with the offenders of this horrendous crime, we have white, right? We got 312,768, right? Those are the offenders. The victims, 395,723, right? So then we got Black or African American, 146,603, right? Victims, Black or African American, 117,693, right? So again, we're looking at the fact that when you are in proximity to yourself, you tend to do the most harm. And then when you go beyond that, everything else starts to add up and make sense. It's like, all right, it's going to be fewer and far in between, but it's going to be more focused and fixated specifically where it is that you are located, especially when you are amongst yourselves. So again, we saw the fact, as the person stated, was like, blacks, you guys commit all these crimes, you do this, you do that. And you are very correct, right? When we are amongst ourselves, we have disagreements, we have arguments, and sometimes they don't play out the way in which you would want normal, everyday, logical people to do. But this is what happens when people are emotionally heated and charged up, and they're not able to completely see directly through, right? But normally people would say that, oh, well, the blacks, they do that because of their upbringing, this, that, and the third, whatnot, or whatever. They're not highly educated, low IQs, right? That's what a lot of you guys like to sit up there and say. Cool, no problem. We'll sit up there and go with that, right? So you guys like to normally say that Black Americans are low IQ. So why in the blue hell would anybody who has a high IQ be committing crimes? I need somebody to explain that to me. The most white people are supposed to be the most knowledgeable, the most educated bunch directly out here. You modernized, you created, right? The America that we have, right? You put the white in White House, as some of you guys like to sit up there and put it directly out there. So it is baffling to me that with the intelligence that you guys like to always bring up, the high IQ that you guys always state that you have, that you would commit such crimes. I'm a little bit confused directly on that. I'm just highly confused. And this is even going to the Charlie Kirk situation. How does that even happen? Because if we're supposed to go by the stats, at least by the person above, from my comment section stated, right, 13% of wizards cast over 15% of spells. I just want people to be honest, right? Just say that you're talking about black people. You don't gotta sit up there and try to, doctor it up and all this other type of stuff. I'm not going to sit up there and ban you for that. It's cool. You got your honest opinion. You feel that black people are the most violent people directly on the face of this planet. I'm sorry, let me be more specific. You feel that Black Americans are the most violent bunch out of the whole planet, right? Even beyond history itself. We are just the most violent directly up there. Nobody can hold a candle directly to us. Fine, no problem. Cool. But why is it, right? We're going to put that, we're going to use that as the main, pedestal, right? So we got something just layered directly up there, far above in the heavens, right? So why is it that if we do have things underneath that are transparent, that everybody can see, that we know about, why is it that you choose to ignore the things that you do to yourselves in your own communities? Why is it that you still want to reach towards the heavens? Why is it that you want to still go for the sun? It doesn't make any sense. You know that the sun is hot, right? You know that you're not going to come back the same once you reach for it. So why keep reaching for that one same thing when it's already been solidified, as you stated, on how it works and what it does? Why not focus on the other things that are cool and well tempered that you can actually touch and hold, which are the crimes and things that you commit amongst yourselves and towards yourselves? That's all I'm just trying to figure out. That's the only thing. Again, I'm trying to have a very clear-cut, transparent conversation. I'm trying to, go through and ask very clear-cut questions. That's all I'm saying. Right? Then we got some more trolls to pull directly up. I'm just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out. I mean, we got some people out there, well knowledgeable people who are black, that have gone with this per capita argument, and they've gone head to head with your individuals directly out there. And I want to note that I'm going directly by the FBI stats. So take it however it is that you want to sit up there and take it. And again, I'm just going to put it like this, right? Because you want to say per capita. How well did the per capita argument work directly with you with the story that we had? How did that work out? Let me know. Just let me know. How far did that work out with all of the per capita results, with all of the information that you normally state about Black Americans? How did that work out? What color was the shooter again? Where was he born again? Where was he raised? Who raised him? Right? Who was he amongst? Who gave him access to guns? It wasn't black folks. It was not nearly a black soul that trained him, that gave him guns, that took him to the shooting range. He wasn't somehow a Crip or a Blood in Utah. He wasn't a vice lord in Utah, right? He wasn't none of that. Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to make it as obvious as possible that you have to deal with the situation that you have, where when it deals with a lot of you white folks out there, your kids are some of the most radical minded kids directly out there, and they mean the utmost harm, but y'all don't want to actually deal with that home information. What a lot of people like to say online is that the call is coming from inside the house. For white folks, this call is directly in the house. It's right there. It's in the womb, but you don't want to face that. You want a body block. It's like, oh, per capita. Show us the says. Where are you getting your information? The FBI is white, pretty much, technically, unless you want to look at who's the one overseeing it, I guess. But other than that, the FBI, is white. The government body itself is specifically white. But again, you can take it how you can leave. You can take it how you want it. You can take it how you want it. Again, I showed you stats directly up here when it deals with certain things. Y'all still don't even want to come to terms directly with that. Matter of fact, we can take it to a whole nother base. Yeah. So anybody knows about animality out here? Because people don't want to deal with stats. And I'm pretty sure I need for the white men, when I show this up there, I want you guys to let me know what the per capita results directly of this one is, right? So let's just take a look directly at this one, right? So this one is dealing with animality. I'm just wording it that way just because. Right? It said based on a 2019 study, white men accounted for the majority of animality related arrests between 1975 and 2015. The analysis was published in a Journal of American Academy and Psychiatry and the Law and examined 456 animality related arrests in the United States over the past 40-year period. Key demographics: race. White individuals made up 71.3% of the arrests where race was known. This was followed by African American individuals at a 5.5% and Hispanic American individuals at 5.3%. The gender: men were the offenders in 86% of the animality related arrest. Other studies have supported these demographic trends, and one analysis of the press reports the animality 17 of 20 animality cases involved only men. Another review of the study published between 2002 and 2016 found that most individuals who self-reported animality were white males. So any white male in here, please give me the per capita results directly on that, because a lot of people want to always bring up per capita. Oh, but what about everybody else? What are the per capita? Give me the per capita on that. Give me the per capita on it, because y'all like stats though, right? Y'all like to always talk about stats and say that numbers are important, right? So what about these stats? How does that fare out? What does that look like to you? Fine, give me a way on trying to pinpoint this towards black men in America. And I gave you the percentage of black men in America that have committed these acts that were caught, right? It was like 5% pretty much. You overwhelmingly, just like the other stats I've listed, are the main ones. So how, again, is that working out for you? Let me know. Just let me know, very plain and simple, as if I am a fifth grader. Explain that to me. Give me the per capita on that, because y'all want us to keep talking about stats. The animals don't know nothing about numbers, but they seem to know you, and you seem to know them fairly well. So how does that work out? Where are we going with this? Where are we going? Let me know. Let me know. Right? It's crazy work. Somebody said, "Where's my father?" My father is pretty much more than likely at home, doing whatever it is that he is doing. I know exactly who my father is. I'm not sure. Maybe you might be a little bit confused with yourself. It sounds like you're projecting a little bit. And again, this is something that I went directly over. So I want people to understand how this tends to work. When you bring up certain things, you have people that decide that they want to scapegoat, or they want to try to move the goalpost or change the subject. So now we go to the stereotypical thing, which people like to state, where it's like, where's your father? Where's your father? How far did that work out with Charlie Kirk's shooter? Where's Charlie Kirk's father? Oh, that's right, he's right there. But wow, he actually committed a murder, which you guys would normally state that coming up as in a single parent household, statistically speaking, if we're going by the stats per capita, I should be the killer out here, right? But that's not the case. So I'm a little bit confused. Again, I'm trying to just figure this out real quick. I'm trying to figure out how this is really working out for you guys when you guys decide to come directly out and speak. I'm just trying to figure out, again, I'm giving you stats directly up there because you guys say that you care about numbers. So then when I give you numbers directly from the government, the FBI as the source, you guys like, no, that's not right. Per capita, moving the goalpost. So I'm like, okay, fine, no problem, right? You say that there's the numbers are skewed and whatnot or whatever. It's not showing that blacks are doing 100% of the crimes like you know it to be. True, I guess, right? Cool, no problem. So we moved on to a different subject. So then I talked about the animalities directly out here, and I specifically asked, what's the per capita results on that? Because white guys, you guys are so smart and transparent, right? Literally. What's the per capita results directly on that whole thing there, dealing with the animalities amongst your own? How does that work out? How does that fare out? And I can tell you that I know these stats because I've also covered videos and have shown the faces of the white men out here who have committed these acts. But I'm pretty sure you've not specifically looked at those videos. Oh, we're moving the goalpost again. Yeah, axed. Yeah. So let me just get this very clear for a lot of people. I say Pacific instead of specific because it's that deep, like the ocean. And shout out to the Mariana Trench. And I also say ax instead of ask because I like to cut shit down. So a lot of the things that you guys are saying directly in the comment section is a lot of shit that needs to get cut down so that we can actually get a clear view of what the landscape truly is. So I get and I understand that I, as a Black American male, you can't really understand what it is that I'm saying, or better yet, you can, but you just want to do what white folks normally do and be like, oh, you need to say it this way because this is how we normally speak. This is how the English language is. So yeah, no, like I said, I explained to you why it is that I say the things that I do and what the definition clearly is so everybody can follow. You're here directly in my world at this moment in time. You're directly on my channel. So the way that I decide to speak is the way that I decide to speak. And at no frame of time would you as a white individual come up to me and decide to tell me to my face and try to correct my English. Because then the main question and response is going to be, and if I don't specifically, right, speak the way that you want me to speak, what are we going to do? What's going to happen? The answer is going to be nothing. So, like I said, and you're a gamer, OG? World of Warcraft, I take it, right? World of Warcraft and all of those great things, right? You said axed, can't even speak. If you truly intelligent, I guess it was, if you truly are intelligent, you don't need to abbreviate the reason you say axed because you're lazy AF. I mean, I like talking the way that I talk. I mean, I guess. But the funniest thing is you're so intelligent to the point that you know what it is that I'm saying, but you still want to find a problem. You still want to critique and you still want to correct. That doesn't make any sense. You're wasting brain power, correct? You're wasting brain energy, correct? Your time could be efficiently used in a better way, right? But that's not what you wanted to do. I'm pretty sure you're not a teacher at all either. I'm pretty sure you're not teaching English to foreign exchange students somewhere around the world. So miss me with the corrections that you're trying to make at this moment in time. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Cave said you got some haters, fan. Hey, it be like that. It be like that. It be like that. Like I said before, I love the fact that a lot of you guys want to again critique my grammar. This is what I'm trying to showcase here, right? A lot of people, you guys can't face the fact of the information that is directly in front of you. And you're further proving that point by doing what it is that you're currently doing at this moment in time. It's like people can just do social experiments and just let it walk for about 5 minutes and people will just come and show you exactly what it is. You don't have to sit up there and do tests or per capita all over the place. I gave you information. I gave white folks information, told you it's from the FBI. All of y'all got phones and tablets and laptops. You could go look up the information for yourself. You opt not to do it. You want to move the goalposts and start talking about per capita. So then I gave you more stats where it specifically dealt with you when it dealt with animality. And you guys are like, oh, why is your grammar like this? If you're really, truly intelligent, then you would actually speak in this type of manner. Why are you not talking about the issue that's directly in front of you? Just like the same thing when it deals with Charlie Kirk's killer. Why are you not talking about the issue that is directly in front of you? It's like I can place this in front of you so many different ways. I can use your own comment as an example as I speak, as I point this out to you step by step. And it's like y'all still don't get it. But yet you try to convey to me directly on YouTube, on this platform, on the internet, that you are the most intelligent thing next to God. And I'm not seeing it. I'm a little bit confused. But like I said, you got it though. You know better than me. So the stats dealing with animalities up here, that's dealing with solely white men, where you are the majority of it, I guess it's not real. It has to be the blacks. It has some way, somehow, it has to be the blacks. These cannot be the right stats There's too many blacks out here that are criminal minded on Section 8, that are on government assistance, that have to be doing this. It is not us as white Christian Catholics, Mormons. We would never do anything like that because we believe in God, we believe in faith, we believe in America, and we love the animals. Shout out to PETA. But obviously, I guess you love the animals a little bit too much. And I could have sworn that for the white culture out there, you guys were the main ones that said no means no. A lot of animals, are saying no, but obviously you don't understand what that means, though, right? So this is why these numbers are so high. So they say, right? No problem. That's cool. But let's go back to our scheduled program of white men out here talking about, and many others trying to push this directly towards a civil war.
What's coming to you? You and yours.
We don't feel like ourselves. We haven't felt like ourselves in a while. And I'm sorry to get political, but I'm just going to be honest. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama.
It's crazy.
I just think he was such a slick snake. He was this affable guy who was like wearing good suits and looked the part and sounded the part and dressed the part, but was so divisive in his messaging. The left, they look at you like, when you say this, they don't know what you're talking about. It's like, because you don't pay attention to the other half of the country. You only pay attention to your absurd news sources, which spin and spin and spin to protect Democrats, especially if they're named Obama. He's the one who started to inject race where no one had been doing it.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I love it. Hold on. Wait. Let me see. Where did you go? Hold on. Let me just creep directly up there. Look at that. Oh, we got Lord Frieza directly in the chat. You nothing but a bunch of monkeys. Look at that. That is so cute. And the thing I love to also bring up the fact, because I notice a lot of times that white folks and many others, right, who are non-black, would like to say this directly about Black Americans, right? And it's very funny how that tends to happen. And this is why when I think about Dragon Ball Z, I look at Frieza as white, correct? Because when you think about Lord Frieza, right, Lord Chill, Cooler, right? You happen to notice the appearance that they're white. You also happen to notice the appearance that they're lizards because they have tails, right? And then you also notice that what Frieza tends to do, being the sole part of his lowly population, right? Because let's just mention that Frieza's population is very low, right? We happen to know that because of their race, they like to enslave other groups of people and or planets. So this is when you look at the Frieza Force, and it is, so diverse, right? Frieza is racist, but at the same time, he's technically not racist, right? Because he has such a well-colored force from people all over the globe, but yet he also enslaves those planets. This is what he did directly to the Saiyans when he showed up to planet Vegeta. Hello, monkeys. Yeah, he did that whole thing, right? So then, if that is the case, if Frieza would then be white, that would also then make the Saiyans to be black. And then, Piccolo would be indigenous, right? So, Mexican, Native American, that type of deal, right? See how that works out? See how crazy that is? But like I said, I love the fact when people want to roll up to the scene and they want to start, throwing a lot of these things directly towards me because I'm black. But yet, not at any moment in time have I decided to throw anything towards white people. Like I said, you are slowly but surely showing directly who it is that you are without me throwing anything directly at you. The most that I did was question, right? Try to, as logically as possible state things, even going by the FBI stats and many other stats directly out there, just simply asking a question for the white folks out there. What are you going to do? How are you prepared to defend yourself from yourself? And obviously people want to move the goalpost. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Right, let's just keep going.
He's the one who started to use his pen and the phone to shove things down our throat that we didn't want. He's the one who shoved through an entitlement on our health care and our personal doctor visits that he promised he wouldn't mess with, and then he did, really hurting people, causing massive anger and open lies. He never missed an opportunity to twist the knife on the racial issue. He would do it subtly and in his own way, but it was very clear what he was doing. For the first time, we had a president who weighed in on legal cases before they'd played out. We never did that. That was a taboo that had never been crossed before him. And Donald Trump was the reason Barack Obama, reverse that. Barack Obama was the reason Donald Trump came about, that he was born as a political figure. They say Trump's divisive. He was the antidote. He was the answer to the divisiveness of Barack Obama. And we just haven't felt like ourselves for years now.
All right, so R.I.P. Charlie. But, well, not but about that, but if you guys think it's going to shut anybody up, it's not. You just release the beast. And I mean, like, in everybody, in all the conservatives, and everybody. If y'all want this civil war, you're about to get it. So
Civil war, huh?
Yeah, don't be
Make America great again, huh?
Comes at you, because all this we're done talking. We're done talking. Okay, obviously y'all aren't talking, so we ain't talking either. So get ready, mother, because it's coming.
Throwing up gang signs. Look at that. Color me surprised.
I noticed when I came on here this morning that there was quite a few videos from the left talking about civil war, and even a few how they were saying they're ready for it. I'm going to say this as plainly as I can. No, you're not. Every time a school shooting happens, you people get on here and act like the world has just ended. And that's fine. School shootings are horrible. Nobody ever wants to see dead children on the news, especially me as a father. But then you're getting on here and hyping up a civil war? Do you have any idea what that would even look like? The body count? Because it's not good. This isn't the 1800s. We're not using muskets anymore. We're not using cannonballs anymore. We're using precision weapons that do a lot more damage. This would make the last Civil War look like a skirmish. You leftists need to come back to reality, because you do not want a civil war with the right, and the right doesn't want one either. That's not who we are. But if you push that issue and back the right into a corner, you will not like the result. I hope I never see the day that I wake up and find out that this country is in a civil war. The bloodshed would be unbearable to witness. And you just really, you're not understanding the depths of how bad it would be. So before you come on here again and start talking about a civil war or how cool it would be or how you can't wait to get those fascists, you really need to sit back and realize you're not playing COD. There's too many of you that have been playing video games for too long and think life is a video game. Because I guarantee you, once your friends and family start dying, you're not going to think it's so fun anymore. And you're going to be begging for it to stop. And the problem is, once something like that starts, it's really not as easy to stop it. So my advice to people on the left, it's time to start learning how to communicate. It's time to start acting like adults. Stop screaming at everybody that you disagree with. Stop calling them Nazis. Stop calling them racist. Stop calling them fascists. Especially if it's simply because you're hearing something you don't like. Because 9 times out of 10, you're using those words and it doesn't even apply to what's happening in the conversation. You were either taught those words by your college professor or high school teacher or you learned it from your friends and you're like, oh man, this is so cool. Every time a right person says something I don't want to hear, I'm just going to call them a fascist or I'm going to call them a racist. And it's all you do over and over and over again. And because you've done that over and over and over again, you've started to believe that it's true. And because of that, people like Charlie Kirk are ending up dead. I don't care what you people on the left need to do to fix yourselves. If you have to go pray about it, do LSD, take mushrooms, I don't care. But you better figure it out. Because once we get to that point of no return, you're going to be wishing that you did.
So we heard what he said, right? And I want to just highlight the fact that he wanted to say that, hey, for those out there on the left, you need to stop screaming all of this hate, all of this vitriol, right? Right? That's what he said, right? Only the left. Just purely, just 100%. Just look at the left. It's only them sitting up there doing it, right? So let's just take a look at this real quick.
Mother animals! You liberal, progressive, deranged animals.
I don't think she's a Democrat.
You are so hateful in your hearts to go out and shoot a young man who's never hurted anyone with Christian values, a young, beautiful family, a father, a husband, a friend, a son.
Is she a lefty?
You shot him. Why? Because you didn't agree with his politics?
A lot of screaming.
Because you didn't agree with his ideology? That's the reason why he deserves to die, you animals!
Wow. I'm sorry for anybody who had headphones on during that time. My condolences. I'm just trying to figure out anybody in the comment section, because I had somebody, try to say that I guess I'm a Democrat or I'm on the left. I need somebody to specifically let me know. How do you know if I'm on the left or the right? Let me know. Take your time. Take your time. Pick out anything that you want to sit up there and pick out. It's a lot of stuff directly out there. it's a lot of stuff. I'll take your time. Take your time. Because I get this a lot. I get either people say that, you must be, you got to be a Republican the way that you sit up there and talk, this. I'm listening to this. On the other end, I get people like, you're heavy on the left, way left swinging. Heavy Democrat. But again, going back to what the guy before stated, who is she screaming at, guys? Because the original guy, who was a Republican, obviously he is believes red, white, and blue, right? He is a patriot. He is for America, right? He is obviously a conservative on the right, and was telling the left that, yo, this is not what you want. Do you understand how many guns and weapons that we specifically have directly over here? This is not going to be like anything that you've ever seen. Stop playing Call of Duty. Go out there and touch grass, right? Go out there and pray to whatever Lord and Savior that you got, right? Because he's basically trying to say that they're going to be the ones that are going to win, right? They're just going to calm the storm, right? They're going to fix America. And he also specifically told the left, I need you to use your words. Stop using your emotions. But yet I'm looking at a Caucasian woman. I'm not sure if she's biting her lip or how that's working up top. But looking at a Caucasian woman sitting up there, she is gritting her teeth, maybe even biting her upper lip at this moment in time because of how angry she is, right? And it doesn't seem like she's really trying to convey her words, that she's trying to speak from an intelligent, logical spot. Everything is emotional. And I want to know, how many takes did it take for her to get this one directly through? Because I don't really see, her face is not really red. Now, I can show you a video of a guy who was really angry and mad about Charlie Kirk, and his face was red. He was beat red. He was angry. He was crying. That was real emotion. This right here, this is fake outrage. So I'm like, who are you trying to get to? Who are you trying to specifically speak to when you're making this type of supposed emotional gesture? Who are you trying to rile up? Who are you trying to corral? Right? Who are you trying to amp up? And again, she's speaking to her demographic. She's specifically speaking to her demographic that she knows that she can get directly to emotionally. She only has to say a few words, a few things in order to really, rile people directly up. But I guess people don't actually see nor understand those things on how they're getting led into a one-way hallway. That's burning. And I'm talking about specifically to the white folks here. You guys are being led emotionally, as emotionally that you like to say and state that everybody else is, the left, the blacks, the this, the that. You guys are just as much, if not more. And you're allowing your own people who supposedly represent your religion, your ideologies, your God, your system, all of your beliefs. You're allowing those people to literally goad you into a battle, into a fight of which that does not need to happen. And you're so blind with the type of anger that you have that you can't even see it. Or dare I say, you're just allowing it to happen because you've just been waiting and wanting something to happen for so long. Like I said, you guys have how many weapons directly out here across the United States? Yeah, I'm pretty sure people are out there just waiting and just itching for something to happen. And they don't care how it happens, it starts. They just know that they're going to be on the side that ends it. Hey, that's what a lot of white guys tend to say online. And I'm like, wow, how did that go when it dealt with the war on terror? During what, George Bush Jr.'s presidency, war on terrorism, invisible enemy, Republicans, all of you guys that are gun toting, you love the Second Amendment and this, that, and the third. America. How did that fare out? How did that fare out for your sons, for your fathers, for your uncles who had to go off to war and never be seen ever again, that you had to bury? Or in some instances, all you got was an empty casket and a flag. How did that work out with trying to end something the same way that you said that you have the ability to sit up there and do? It didn't. It ended with losses of lives, of which that you had to bury your own because of the decisions that you made, because of the decisions that you voted for, because of the things that you allowed to take place and happen. And you sat idly by and didn't care. As long as you got your way, you didn't care what sacrifices had to be made. It was worth it. And this is why that very same president, as I keep bringing up, had his last dinner at the White House making a joke about weapons of mass destruction that never existed. And when I still to this day ask any of the Republicans about those weapons of mass destruction, where are they? All these times, again, all of these wars, all of the bloodshed that you guys allowed to take place and happen during that Republican administration, during that presidency of George W. Bush Jr., all of that time that went by, for the white folks out there that voted for him, that were old enough during the time that voted for him, or even that were old enough at that time to agree with him, tell me, where are those weapons of mass destruction? I'll wait. Give me the per capita on that. Give me the stats. Give me the statistics, right? We got the best intelligence. We supposedly got the best defense. Shout out to 9/11, supposedly. But again, I'm just trying to figure out where are the weapons of mass destruction? That's what I'm just trying to figure out. Out of all of, because like I said before, y'all don't want to face the facts when it deals with stats. You don't want to face the facts when it deals with Charlie Kirk and how it is that he died and who had their hand directly in it. Fine, no problem. Let's face the fact of 9/11, the George W. Bush presidency, the Patriot Act, and the weapons of mass destruction of which all of your beautiful white children died for, that never existed. All of your husbands died for, that never existed. All of your sons never came back, or if they did come back, they came back broken to never be put together or fixed ever again. They're on psychotropics at this moment in time. They are stuck in a wheelchair or potentially a coma or 6 feet deep. Where are those weapons of mass destruction? Let me know that. Answer that question for me. Because you guys always talking about wanting your way. You can end these wars. Just give the say so. You got the say so during that presidency, and you didn't end nothing because you didn't even know who the enemy was. Didn't even know. And the craziest part is, with the Charlie Kirk situation, you know who the enemy is, and you still not saying nothing. I can direct you. I can give you stats. I can give you information. I can put his picture directly up here, and y'all don't got nothing to say. But y'all ready to supposedly do something to who? Who are you going to do something to, white folks? Who are you about to go after? Who? What? You're going to try to go after the blacks? You're going to try to go after what? The Muslims? You're going to try to go after the LGBT? Who are you going to try to go after? that you feel is the causation of everything that transpired at this moment in time that we were able to see, and that your own people specifically stated this is the guy? Who? Because whenever you guys make these videos and speak directly online, you keep saying they, the left, Democrat. That's painting a very broad brush. Very broad brush. Because I know of some Republicans here that have done some very atrocious things while being seated in government. They've been found with videos. They've been found with pictures. They've been caught on different apps such as Grindr and other things of that nature. And they've been charged for a variety of things, abhorrent things, that of which that a lot of you guys conservatives say that you are against, or you might not really want to speak on those things. And especially those things have to do about the crimes against families, statistically speaking. But even with the information directly out there, you guys will sit up there and say, but those Republicans, we're not a monolith. Those are individuals that did abhorrent individual things. That's not indicative of all Republicans, conservatives, and white people. Why does this have to be about race? But yet when we look to the other side and people want to happen to blame crime and murders and everything, that every ill of America, we want to sit up there and say, what? Oh, it's the Black Americans. It's the blacks. It's the ghettos. It's the black mayoral run cities. It's the Chicagos. It's the Detroits. It's the Atlanta Georgias. You want to put all of this blame directly on those black cities. But I'm like, I thought we weren't all a monolith. I thought we were all human beings. I thought those are just individuals who did the wrong things in those communities. I guess not. So like I said before, you guys don't actually believe in a type of equality or a type of responsibility. You don't. Whenever shit really starts to hit the fan, you start to run. You start to blame everything on everybody else. That's crazy. I love this. This is when we have what I call Johnny come latelys, when somebody said, why do you not talk about 90% of the crime that happens black on black? Now, I want everybody to understand, didn't we just showcase that earlier? Matter of fact, let me just put that stat. Wasn't this the stat directly up here? Nope. It was the first one. Right. So I'm the type of honest individual here. Who was that? Flamecraft. I'm the type of honest individual where I'm like, you know what? I'm a black male, right? I can't speak for the rest of black men directly out there, but I'm going to sit up there and shoulder that weight just for argument's sake. Right? Can't speak for the other, black men directly out here. I am an individual, right? That's what a lot of white folks would like to sit up there and say, oh, as you guys speak and you want to be stereotypical and y'all want to be racist amongst yourselves in the comment section, and you can actually see it. You decide to be individuals, right? You want to separate, but yet you want to agree at the same time in silence instead of correcting one of your cohorts or your many cohorts on saying the wrong things that should not be said at all, right? So I spoke about the fact that crime within proximity is a thing directly within the black community. I did talk directly about that, did I not? I'm pretty sure. How long we've been going for? About like an hour and 2 minutes. So yeah, I did actually mention that, previously, probably about 30, maybe 40 minutes ago. And I went over some other stats directly as well too. But like I said before, it's funny how you guys always want to tell me to bring up stats. And I brought it and I held that. I'm like, you know what? You're right. We got that. Crime against ourselves. We sit up there and do that, more to ourselves than anybody else. But within that exact same vein, I stated that white folks, you too, do the utmost crime against yourselves, as you can clearly see, right? Of clearly, we see the numbers, black, and black people, crime within proximity. Yes, that's crazy. Those numbers look ridiculous. Those numbers need to come down. I can 100% agree. But white people, if you're supposed to be the most intelligent, you put the white in White House. You made the government. The forefathers planted their feet here in the soil and was like, you know what? This is our new home. We've escaped England because we don't want to be told what to do by our moms and dads, our kings and our queens. We want to leave that European lineage alone. We want to create a new for ourselves. We call this America. And we're going to have the right to bear arms and to fight against mom and dad. Yeah, boy. Go America. Right? And that's what you did. Kudos to you. But after all of that creating, after doing all of those things, right? How did you get to a point where you committed these crimes? I thought it was only and solely black people that were taking the lives of white individuals directly out here. I'm a little bit confused. Shouldn't every single crime in every single white community be somebody black? Shouldn't every single murder that happens in a white community, shouldn't they be black? I'm just saying, I'm just going by the stats. Like, y'all say that we do all the crimes all over the United States. In every single state, it's black. So I'm just going directly by that. I'm just a little bit, I'm just trying to figure out how that works out. Just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure that out. Like I said, I can hold the L. I know how to hold the L. I have no problems. Like, a loss is a loss. That is clearly an L. I'm looking directly at the stat. We're all looking at the stats. I am a black man. I'm like, yo, that is bad. But white people, what does that explain that to me? Like I said, I can hold an L, but for whatever reason, when I show that you guys are doing this to yourselves and the numbers look crazy, I'm just baffled, because I'm like, that's not giving me intelligence. That's not showing me high IQ. That's not showing me the people that built this country, that run this country, or the government, or better yet, maybe it is. Maybe the stats are dictating to me why it is that the food is being poisoned, why it is that the government moves the way that it moves, why it is that the police and the military move the way that it does as well. Because whatever you do to yourselves, you are also going to do onto others. That's some crazy work to think about. And that just happened. That was just within like 5 seconds. But, it is what it is. But to that same individual, or the many individuals that want to come directly up here and they, want to prove a point, like Flamecraft, want to, speak on statistics and stats. Please tell me these stats. Give me the per capita when it deals with the animality directly out here. Let me know that. Let me make me understand that. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Why is the white demographic? Let me be specific, right? Let me be as direct and transparent as I normally say. Why is it that when it deals with the demographics and the stats, white males have the propensity to go directly after wildlife and they commit these acts? I'm just trying to figure that out. Somebody said, I'm still talking about animality. You are a 5-year-old. I mean, I guess. I mean, let me just, because people like to be highlighted. I can't even get to them real quick. Right? Because people like to be highlighted. I mean, but are these not stats? Shouldn't I say the exact same thing whenever I hear white folks talk about per capita, talk about black people? Oh, you guys are criminals. You guys are the murderers. You guys are the gangbangers and the pimps and this and that and the third. And I'm like, are you a 5-year-old? You're still talking about this? How long have y'all been saying the exact same thing? The same dried out thing? Right? The same thing that y'all keep speaking about on your conservative Republican platforms and podcasts and mainstream media news. How long are y'all going to keep dragging that exact same thing versus actually focusing in on quote unquote America? Because by focusing on one group is not actually focusing in on America. You are actually depriving others of that exact same attention, which respectfully everybody else deserves, so that they can learn those stats and actually start to pick themselves up and fix those situations and make them better. So again, if I go directly back to these stats, I'm simply saying to white folks directly out there, you need to pick yourselves up and fix these situations. And you need to start having some conversations directly at home. But I get the fact that, those words may fall on deaf ears, because I, as a black American male, I'm saying it. You would need one of your white constituents to speak this way directly to you. But even within that same vein, you wouldn't listen to somebody white. You would call them liberal, even if they were conservative Republican and therefore a nuclear family, therefore God and the cloth and all of these things. You would still say that they're leaning left. You would still say that those are Democratic, talking points. You would still say focus in on the blacks, focus in on a real problem in America. And it's not us, the whites, it's the blacks. It's crazy. You want me to be accountable as a black man in America? I'm doing that. Again, crime within proximity when it deals with black Americans, it's horrendous. It looks bad. Shouldn't be happening. Need to bring those numbers down. But when I look at the white folks out there committing those crimes, I'm a little bit baffled and confused. I'm like, how is that even possible? Because the way that everything is narrated, white people don't really commit crimes, right? You guys are the good guys. Somebody has to be the evil, right? Matter of fact, going directly into that, let's go into another area of which somebody wanted to speak, and they wanted to, talk about the different sides that are out there, the good versus evil. So let's just take a look directly at that.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
The left, or as Erica put it, the evildoers, they have just ignited a total revival amongst conservatives and Christians.
So what we got? We got 234 people directly here. So the white folks directly out there, right? We heard that. We got a classic white male that said, I guess we can't live together anymore. If the blacks were to be in charge, we would all be living in grass huts. White people, this is you. So again, instead of focusing in on specifically what two white, heavily right conservative women basically stated, where it was they, those over there, the left, and all this, instead of focusing in on what specifically they are trying to message out there, the dog whistles, instead of focusing in on that, we went directly back to some racist tropes, some stereotypes, and all of this other type of stuff. And I keep showcasing this because, like I said before, it's further context to what it is that I speak directly on. When information is specifically given, you have white folks out there that decide that, oh, I'm just going to go default racist mode, as I've currently stated, as I've always stated. And this is stuff that is taught directly at home, right? This is homegrown, right? This is not me making up stuff. This is not me, making up race and all this. This is one of your constituents who obviously feel that, every single black American is like, you guys are just, mud huts, straw huts, and this, that, and the third, and all this, other type of stuff. Like I said, it's crazy work. And I sit directly back and I'm looking, I'm like, oh, so the white people, I'm like, y'all don't see that? Oh, you do see, you just sitting there and you're sitting there in the silence, agreeing directly with it. Gotcha, no problem. But then you guys want to pull up to the scene. I said you're a race hustler. You're racist. Just say that you don't like the whites. Just say that you don't like us. I never said that at all. Just say that you don't like yourself. That's the real thing that I think you're trying to get at. That's where the projection specifically is going, right? That you, at your core, don't like yourself for one reason or another. So because you feel that way internally about yourself, you want to forecast that and project that onto other people to make them the bad guy instead of focusing inward internally and fixing that whole issue, right? But like I said, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm far reaching, right? But let's continue with the previous video.
Turn, you're going to be wishing that you did.
At this point, bring it on, because the people that we're going to be going up against hate pew-pews. What are they going to do? Point their Karen finger at us? Me, my feelings. Me, my pronouns are toaster and waffle. Meanwhile, we are locked and loaded at my house. We are so stocked up, we need another house. It would be the quickest, funniest civil war ever. They killed a true patriot for his beliefs. So, bring it.
Right. So we heard that, right? And obviously she is a conservative Republican. She says she is locked and loaded at her house. She made a compare and contrast. She was like, hey, in order to show that we're Republicans, we got all of these guns. We all know that Democrats, they're not about guns. They just want everybody to be defenseless, right? That's clearly what she said, compare and contrast. So again, you're looking at another Caucasian woman that is simply stating, yes, let's allow the whole fabric of society, let's allow this country to break down, and not even God will sort it out, but we will. I wonder what demographic and what group of people she's speaking to. It can't be the blacks. It can't be the gangbangers. It can't be the drug dealers in the dark streets of Detroit, in Chicago, Watts, California. It can't be those people that she's talking to. She got to be talking about, the white blue collar, right? She got to be talking to the tradesmen, right? She has to be talking to the gun-toting white individuals that are of her community, of the same ideologies and like-mindedness in religion, or at least close to. She has to be talking specifically to them, because she is the one that fosters, births, and raises those exact same men of which she's speaking directly to online. But like I said, a lot of people sat up there and said that, oh yeah, it's the left, it's solely the left that's doing this and doing that, right? No problem.
The quickest, funniest civil war ever. They killed a true patriot for his beliefs. So bring it.
We want true justice. So give us the green light or handle it yourself with the military.
It's time, yo. It's time for a civil war.
A straw for me. It's war.
War was declared today.
So what does America do? I hear people saying it's time for a civil war. Here's what I would like to see happen. I think our government should say, we got two sides who are very pissed off at each other. Go for it. That's what I want to see happen. We're done talking. Like, are we going to continue to talk? Do y'all want to talk? If you're a liberal, do you want to talk to me? No. You probably hate my skin color. You probably hate that I was a rodeo cowboy. You probably hate 16 other different things about me.
So I'm a little bit confused right now. I'm trying to figure out, why would he think that somebody would hate him because of his skin color? That seems to be projection. Because he said probably. He didn't say indefinitely. He didn't say that he knows this to be a fact. He's speaking directly from some theory and or emotion. He's speaking of something that he's just imagining himself, that people just out here hate him. And this is what I'm talking about, projection. You're listening to and looking at somebody projecting their feelings or their thoughts, right, that don't exist. He's projecting it outward in order to try to substantiate some type of point, which again makes no type of sense, because if it was real, if people didn't like him because of his skin color, he could say, okay, I got this example, this example, this example, this example, this. He can't give you or list you any of that. I could sit down and actually have a conversation directly with this guy. I would not care either which way. You could be green. I don't actually care. We're going to just simply have a conversation, and at the end of the day, we're going to agree to disagree. We're going to disagree to agree. However it is that you want to sit up there and take it, that's what the end result is going to sit up there and be. But to sit up there and say that nobody has the type of tolerance and the patience and the wherewithal to sit across the table from another person because of their skin complexion is a little bit crazy. That's making it seem as though that you're trying to portray and paint yourself as some type of victim, which, if correct me if I'm wrong, white people have never been victims, right? White people are not victims. You guys, you pick yourselves up by your bootstraps. You go out there and do the heavy lifting, right? You build America while everybody else just leeches off of it, right? That's what you guys normally say. So it's a little bit weird to me to hear a white man say that there are people out there that just solely hate me because of my skin color. That's quite odd. That's not the way that I remember history to be, or how things have transpired directly in this quote unquote great country, historically, and by way of the government and the police and the military. But however it is that people want to rewrite history and tell their tales and spin it so that they are, the hero, I guess. But let's continue.
You know what I don't like about you? That you're in my business. Other than that, dress up like you're a princess from some Disney movie. I don't care, but that's what needs to happen. Our government needs to step aside and let us handle our business. You know those movies came out called The Purge, where it's like all crime is legal for 24 hours? We need to have that for a year. Because seriously, what else are we going to do? We're never going to get along. We're never going to see eye to eye. I'm sure as never talking to any of y'all.
I swear to God, if I ever have to go into Austin for something and I see some dude come up to me like, why are you dressed up as a cowboy? Are you a racist? Well, I don't know, sir, but I'm your huckleberry.
So we heard that, right? So remember how I told you that it was projection coming directly from him, how he said that people hate him because of his skin color, and how nobody out here wants to specifically speak to him. And then he turns right around in the exact same breath and says that if he has to be around anybody else that's opposite of him, he's not going to be able to tolerate it. He's going to this, that, and the third. And all, again, projecting, as I stated. Let's keep going.
If you continue to talk to me. Does anyone else have any other suggestions? Why can't we just have one big fight? Everyone's pissed off. Nobody likes the direction the country is going. We got people being shot in the neck for simply having a conversation with people. We got people being stabbed in the neck on a bus for being white. What else are we to do? I mean, it's already halfway legal in Texas here. We have mutual combat. There is no other solution to this, and I'm going to tell you why. The internet has destroyed humanity. The government isn't fixing. Trump isn't fixing. No one man is going to fix this. We need a correction in America, and it won't take a year. Here's what's going to happen. If the government really let that happen, you know what the left would do? They would say, "Oh, we're sorry. We'll stop. We'll stop. We won't do that. We won't say anything anymore."
Right. So we heard that, right? So to any white individual here, this is just a simple question that I have, right? He said, and I've heard this before. I've heard in a lot of instances, let's go back to everybody's favorite, which they like to list, BLM, right? Let's go back to all of those many protests that were happening some years ago. I did videos before where a lot of white folks said that we're going to protect our country and our neighborhoods one way or another. And they said that they were just waiting for the president, Trump, to give the word, and they'll have all of these protests and everything basically squashed within less than 28 or 48 hours. And that was a lot of white men, gun-toting white men that stated that, right? So just so that we got that clear, we're looking at the exact same white men stating this about everything that is going on at this moment in time, that they want a civil war, that they need a correction. He is a Republican, but he said not even Trump is able to fix this, not one man, right? So he said that the groupings of white men that are Republican, conservative, gun-toting, let them just run throughout the country and they'll get everything sorted out real quick, right? So there's a missing piece directly in there that I want to highlight. When it deals with BLM or anything black, white men are like, we're going to correct this, we're going to calm it down if you don't calm yourselves down. When it deals with Charlie Kirk, white men are like, you know what, we're going to go for a civil war vengeance because we need a correction. The government or president can't do it, but yet we can. Even though we voted for this presidency and this government to do what it is that we want them to do, they can't get it done, but we can. But in the middle of that, when I look, I'm like, so on either one of those issues, y'all say that y'all can get everything fixed and America will be great. But when it deals with school shootings, how has that gone? Where are all of these gun-toting Second Amendment white men when it deals with these school shootings? Why is it that all of these gun-toting American true patriot white men are not outside of every single American school protecting those schools to state to anybody that thinks that they're going to pull up to the scene and cause a scene that it is going to be easy for them? Where are all of those white men to do that? Because what I did notice is during the protest, I saw a lot of white people get online. They was like, oh, BLM, you think you're going to burn down my city? We walk through Walmart with machine guns. We got bazookas. We got rocket launchers. We got light machine guns. We got assault rifles. Like, y'all was really showing yourselves off, white people. Y'all was in Starbucks getting a Fropa, Maca, matcha, whatever latte, and y'all had an AR directly on the side. For what? Who's doing anything at Starbucks? Like, that don't even make, like, what are we doing? What are you even trying to say here? What are you trying to say? So the most peaceful areas and times, you want to show off guns. But when it's time for you to actually pull up to the scene and defend life itself, liberty and freedom and justice, you ain't nowhere to be seen on those schoolyards. You ain't nowhere to be seen when any of those school shootings is taking place. What's the use of having all those guns if you ain't willing to actually defend nobody, including your own kids? because y'all getting online every single day talking about, oh, you're tired of all of this madness. We're about to sit up there and fix this whole situation. This country is not going in the direction that we wanted to go in. But how about those school shootings, though? How is it that you see these school shootings happen continuously and y'all have not, white males, have not come up with some type of game plan? Because obviously y'all got game plans for everything, such as a civil war and all this other type of stuff, J6ers. I got all these other plans, but y'all don't got nothing for these school shootings. How does that work out? How does that work out? I'm just trying to figure out, because you said that you are for the freedom, you're for the democracy, you're for protecting those. Even if you may not like them, you're still for protecting those, right? Shout out to those in the military. But yet that's not what you do. You got all of these kids losing their lives. But yet I don't see a peep from any of these strong, supposedly brave white men that are gun-toting. Where y'all at? Why y'all so quiet? Why y'all so silent? Why y'all not making no footsteps? Why y'all not stomping out here standing 10 toes down like y'all want to stand on TikTok? That's crazy. So do you really care about the kids, or do you care about, just getting a little bit of popularity for trying to say something? For acting as though that you do? Because in a lot of instances, I hear y'all talking about, oh, well, I'm a father, I'm this and I'm that and all this other type of, huh? So, okay, if you really that, then you should be at your daughter's school every single day, or at least like once or twice during the week, to make a stance, be like, yo, my daughter and these kids are protected as long as I'm here. But yet that's not the case. That's not what tends to happen. That's not what y'all do at all. Matter of fact, I've not seen those videos. I've seen videos of white folks talking about they'll protect and do everything else but that. But hey, it's cool. You got it. And I do see the comments up there where boy. So you said, hold on. I'm trying to look at who you are real quick. You said so now we're pissed off and we want mutual combat. You're like, oh, what's going on here? Why these guys want to do this? So let me just make sure. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at what I'm assuming, whatever. So this individual here decided to say this statement. So I'm just trying to figure out, who specifically are you talking about? Let me know who specifically are you talking about? Because the main thing that I've always been preaching for the longest time possible is trying to make people understand how they're getting led, down this road of no return, where the only people that are going to profit are the main people that profit in death. The hospitals, the morgues, the churches, the embalmers, and the people that make the caskets, and also the people who hold organs and donate them, and also the rich. You got several entities that are going to make money off of any type of civil war, on top of the people who make guns and the ammunition. You're going to have people out here hedging bets, making money hand over fist, on top of making bets and hedging bets on the stock market and many other places. And it's like, for white folks, y'all don't even see what's going on. You got a lot of the people that you say that y'all are against that are for you, going directly into whatever it is that you are advocating for on social media, just so that they can get the end result of having your land, your house, your organs, and everything else that you consider dear and that you have ownership and possession directly over. And you don't even understand how you're being led. You don't even understand. You don't even see it. You don't find it funny that a lot of the places out here are allowing people to basically say these things, allowing them to try to advocate and try to push this forward? Nobody finds it a little bit weird that you didn't have mainstream media news try to just squash this real quick and be like, you know what happened to Charlie Kirk is bad. It's a very horrible situation, but we don't need to call for violence. We don't need to go to the extent that we're going to have now more loss of life. We already had one. We don't need more loss of life from all over. But yet I'm looking at my comment section, especially at this comment here, where you have people that are like, oh, well, now we're saying that we really want this type of battle, but you guys don't really want to see us. You're stupid. You are so dumb. It's the craziest thing to really behold and see. You're willing to sit up there and die for what? Who are you going to die for? You're not dying for Charlie Kirk. You're not dying for vengeance. You're really dying for the rich. You're dying for the elites directly out there. Have you not noticed that amongst all of this division, quote unquote, that y'all like to call it, that is going on in America, you have BRICS, which is basically all of these other countries coming together to topple the United States and the dollar? How you got Russia, China, and all these other places all playing friendly. They could have their own disagreements, but they put those to the side because they was like, you know what? Our enemy is the United States and white people. And y'all are still sitting up here talking about, oh, blacks, 13% of the population. Huh, you guys are the demographics. You guys are the murderers. And remember how I sat up there and told you that Lex Luthor finally was able to kill Superman. And once he did that, there was nobody left on the field. You guys are Lex Luthor. You finally, at a moment in time, you're going to get that goal, right? You're going to finally destroy the Justice League. You're going to get rid of Superman. And you're going to be able to do what it is that you want to sit up there and do. All to find out when you look around the smolders, the ashes, everything, all the buildings that are broken, you have nothing left. You are king of nothing. And then the real enemy is going to sit up there and show up. So the moment in time a civil war breaks out, that's the moment in time that you're going to have a China and a Russia and everybody else come directly through to America. They're also going to push this forward because they want to see this happen, because they want to further destabilize this country. But yet y'all don't even see how dumb you are and how it is that you're walking into a door that everybody else has paid for, painted the hallways in gold, giving you all the ammunitions and gun that you need. All you just need is a purpose. And they're slowly but surely giving you that purpose, shoving it directly down your emotional throats, and you're taking it. Wow. Wow. It's diabolical. But yet you're supposed to be the most intelligent ones out here, and you don't even notice how you're being played from both sides. You got it. Let's continue.
You guys don't f***ed up. You guys don't f***ed up. Those gun rights that you're trying to abolish, you might want to keep those motherfuckers around for a little bit. And let me tell you why. Number one, the stunt that was pulled yesterday, you got a lot of mad motherfuckers. And I hate to say this, but just as much as there's crazy motherfuckers on the left, you got crazy motherfuckers on the right too. And I'm telling you, you motherfuckers keep pushing these issues, you're going to see a civil war. Not only are you going to see a civil war, you are going to see a civil war that is going to end in a lot of death. Because people are done playing, bro. After yesterday, people are done playing. You guys destroyed a great part of America yesterday. Not only did you destroy a great part of America, you divided America even further. Congratulations. But when them old boys load up and they come looking, and it's that time, all I'm going to say, bud, is you're going to need a lot more than a strap-on to deal with what's coming, man. It's bad. Well, as always, love y'all. Be safe.
Right. So we just looked at the exact same talking. Like this is what I've been saying for the white folks out there. Why can't y'all really say who the actual enemy is, who the actual problem is? Y'all have no problem, right? When it's somebody black, like y'all have done directly in my live stream, you'll be like, oh, but focus in on the black crime that happens in the black community. Focus in on the murder stats. Why is it 13% of the population does 1 trillion% of the crimes in the United States? Y'all got all the numbers and all the stats directly on that. You can specifically pinpoint and put the blame right directly on that. Cool, no problem, right? But when it deals with this situation, why is it that you guys, as direct as you guys have always been historically speaking, with slurs and everything else, why is it that you guys are so indirect Why is it that you keep saying like they and them and this and that? Why is it that you can't specifically put a name, a demographic, or race directly on this situation? Y'all took away a great part of this country. Who is y'all? Who is they? What is this grouping? What is this monolith that you keep speaking directly of? And why is it that you can't just give me a demographic? Why can't you give me the stats? Why can't you give me the per capita, directly on the group that you're specifically trying to talk about? Like I said, it's very vague games that are being played at this moment in time. And this is what I'm trying to convey directly to a lot of folks out there. You're being played a multitude of ways of how it is that you got people goading people. I'm sorry, let me stop being vague. Goading white people into this type of civil war, which should not be happening. That should not even be an option at this moment in time. If you quote unquote love the country, you really want to start seeing all of the buildings toppled and broken and all this. Didn't we already say that it's already hard enough as it is to have America running without quote unquote all of the immigrants that were deported because they were the ones putting food on everybody's table, right? Y'all got rid of the ones from the white farmers that were hiring a lot of people. Y'all got rid of a lot of their immigrants, a lot of their workforce, but yet not nearly a white American voted to like, me next. I'll sit up there and go pick the berries that the Venezuelan got deported. I'll take his place. Y'all wasn't trying to do that because y'all feel that y'all are too good for that job. And a lot of y'all thought that because the fields were clear, that black people were going to return to those fields. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical how that worked. Again, like I said, to white people, I have a lot of questions, but yet you guys never have any type of answers. I need the per capitas directly on that. Out of all of the white farmers, and we know that there are tremendous tons of white farmers directly out there that got great agriculture, right? They put food on American plates and tables, no matter the race, color, creed, or religion, every single day, every single household, every single school, without a shadow of a doubt. But why is it that you don't see fields of white Americans going there to take up those jobs of which they said that immigrants should not be here in this country? Why are you not fighting for those jobs? Why do you think that you are better than those jobs? That's crazy work. You want to clear the field, but yet you don't want to work that field. That is some insane work right there. The gymnastics that happens, and that's not happening, is astonishing. But like I said before, we're obviously able to see one group specifically asking for a civil war, goading this, waiting for this to happen, saying that they could sit up there and end it in a second. But yet at the same time, they're saying it's the left, they, thee, and them, y'all, which really is not descriptive at all. It's not really telling me who the enemy is. This is hearkening back to what I said earlier with the George W. Bush Jr. during his stint in the presidency in the White House when it was the war on terrorism. And he specifically stated to all Americans, especially the white ones, that it's a war on terrorism and we're fighting an invisible enemy. So how do you have a war? How are you even fighting if you're fighting thin air? That doesn't make any type of sense. So who realistically are you fighting if you don't have an enemy in front of you, if you don't know who the face of the enemy is? But none of you guys wanted to ask that question. You just thought it was just like some good stuff to hear. And yet I'm seeing the exact same thing on repeat here. You're fighting an enemy of which you can't tell me who it is. You can't show me the descriptor of said enemy. You're not giving me nothing. You're not giving me names. You're not giving me a religion. You're not giving me a race. You're not even giving me a demographic. You're like they, thee, and them. I don't even know what that means. What is that? What is that? You right, you said that white people didn't think that. But if you look in the void of online, you can see a variety of varieties of opinions, right? And through my stint of online, I've been able to witness and see a lot of those opinions. Now, if you want proof directly on those opinions, I'm going to tell you to go look those up yourself, as I have as a content creator. Right? Whenever it is that I need answers, I'm not specifically coming to my comment section. I'm not specifically going and asking other people for the answers that I seek. I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. Let me sit up there and try to find these answers. Let me look for these answers. Let me do my due diligence. Let me pull myself up by my bootstraps and do what it is that I need to sit up there and do. Or if not, I just won't have the answer. So you said you're racist. I mean, I guess so. Even though I'm plainly and obviously giving a warning directly out there to white people, I am the most racist black male that you know on the face of this planet, or at least that you've, had, such a privilege of being in contact with. So I mean, like I said, I need something new. Y'all keep saying the exact same things. It's not, I'm not even sweating out deodorant at this moment in time. My heart is not even, palpitating. It's not, it's not skipping a beat, at all. Because like I said, y'all didn't call me every single thing under the sun. That you call me racist. Okay, that's cool. I might, have a prejudice, but I can stand 10 toes down on that. I can list you the variety of reasons why, historically speaking. But like I said, I can be honest, transparent, and direct. But you, my friend, you can never do that. That's not within you. It's about projecting. So it'd be like that. It's it bees like that. It bees like that. But anyways, because people can't seemingly pay attention and understand what is transpiring going on, let me just switch it up. Let me just switch it up and just show something else, because I know a lot of white people happen to get mad. But oh my God, you're only showing us. What about the blacks? No problem. I got you. I got you. Like I said, any and everybody can sit up there and get it. No problem.
They wanted to silence him because they couldn't win in the battlefield of ideas. We're all Charlie Kirk now.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am.
Wait, so let me just pull that back. I got to replay that again. So this bright and shining star that we were able to hear, this Liberace of sorts, stated that he is Charlie Kirk. So when I stated earlier that you have people who are of the LGBT that are part of the conservative community that idolize or worship or that agree with Charlie Kirk, I mean just that. And you're going to see a few of those folks directly, especially directly in this video, right?
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk. I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie. I am Charlie.
I am Charlie Kirk.
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 So was I making up what it is that I was stating earlier? Was I giving out lies, misinformation, or do we clearly not see a white male that is a part of the LGBT in his full glory? Right, full glory, just out there in the open, stating that he is Charlie Kirk, that he, goes along with the ideologies, with how it is that Charlie speaks, that he sees himself within Charlie.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I'm Charlie Kirk.
I am 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 Charlie Kirk. I am Charlie Kirk.
So there we go for the white people. You are not alone. You are not alone. I am here with you. Right? Though you're far away, I am here to stay. So you clearly see that you got a Black American male, right, with the full-on locks, right? I am Charlie Kirk, right? You got a black male directly there that aligns directly with you, that sees your ideologies. He agrees, right? And this should further establish for a lot of those folks out there when white people are like, oh, well, Charlie Kirk is not a racist. Right, there you go. There you go. Within proximity, out of this whole video, how many black people did you see? It's like Kevin Bacon, 6 or 8 degrees of separation. So within proximity, every one of these white souls directly out here knows this black man within proximity. Just saying.
I am Charlie Kirk.
I am Charlie Kirk.
Rest in peace, Charlie. We'll take it from here. I was up and I was wondering, why am I mourning Charlie Kirk's death as if I knew him personally? And God just revealed to me that in the kingdom, we're all one. This is a brother in Christ that we have lost. And my heart, y'all, my eyes are literally swollen right now because that's just how much I've been crying. And it just really grieves my spirit. I feel it so heavy in my spirit because this is so evil what happened to him. And I also recognize that this is more spiritual than it is physical. It's literally spiritual warfare right now. Charlie Kirk was literally assassinated because of what he stood for. He stood for Christ. He stood for truth. This man was a God-fearing man. And he will tell anyone that. At all of his debates, he mentioned Jesus. That's what he stood on. At his core, that's what he believed in, and he stood for it, and he literally died for it. And it reminds me so much of Jesus, because as Christians, as true believers, as true followers of Christ, we're going to be persecuted just as Jesus was, just as Charlie Kirk was. And I think it not strange that of all places Charlie could have been shot at, he was shot in his neck. The very place where vocal cords are, the very place where sound travels from. He was shot there. And I believe that this represents something spiritually, because the enemy wants to silence the body of Christ. He wants us to be silent. He wants us to cower down in fear. But I believe that a generation of Charlies are going to be birthed from this situation. And I pray right now.
I got to cut this short
Pilot,
real quick.
I'm going to be like.
So I just had to cut this real quick because she wanted to say that, Charlie was, preaching a lot of great stuff, a lot of good stuff. He was a man of Christ, man of the word, all that type of stuff. Cool, no problem. So I just want to go to some greatest hits real quick so we can all just like listen to that and try to get a sense of a few things, right?
I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. The Civil Rights Act was a mistake. More cops should be around your neighborhood. Why do blacks have a broken family? White person were to come up and say, black America really needs to get its act together and stop sleeping around all the time and needs to actually have enough. Why would you? Because it's true. What percentage of young blacks have both a mom and a dad raising them? Of course we pandered to blacks. They're in every TV commercial. And they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? Things got worse since the Civil Rights Act. More violent, less fathers around, poorer. Be kissing the ground with gratitude, because you're right. You are not in Africa, and you should be thankful you're not in Africa. Certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. It's now become a racial complaining day. BLM, and remember what BLM stands for: burn, loot, and murder. America is poorer today than before we tried to start to help them. Black women married the government and divorced the men that they were once with. Half of all prisoners are black. Exactly. So blacks commit more crime. They commit more murders. They commit more arsons. They commit more kidnappings. It's not a profiling when it comes to that. Blacks are far more likely to commit crimes than any other group. See a black pilot, you wonder, boy, is that person there because they earned it or because they were placed there? When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous. Death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI. Black culture has collapsed the last 60 years. Systemic racism stuff is a bunch of rubbish. Instead, it's systemic bad choices.
Do you feel that systemic racism isn't real?
Of course that.
The George Floyd protests.
Riots. We have a supply and demand issue with racism in our country. We have an incredibly low supply of racism and an incredible demand to try to fulfill it. So we've created racism where it doesn't exist. Is it about contemplating the good, the true, and the beautiful? Or is it about being a gangbanger and trying to get as much money and sleep with as many girls? time for us to stop listening to rap music and this degenerate hip-hop stuff.
Can you clarify your definition of critical race theory?
Call everything racist till you control it.
And we decided to basically usher in the Civil Rights Act as a new anti-racist dogma, creed, and I find something fundamentally wrong with that.
Greatest hits. Somebody said like those are not clips and not the entirety. No, duh. Is this not the same thing that mainstream media does, both the Democrats and the Republicans? Let me go back up here. Let me go look right back up here. Right here. Right. You said that these are clips and not the whole video of him. No, duh. Do you not get what this clearly is? I'm doing the exact same thing that people love when mainstream media does it. It doesn't matter if it's the Democrats. It doesn't matter if it's the Republicans. Whenever your favorite side does it, it's completely fine. Whenever people have a little bit of 5 second, 15 second, or a minute clip out of something that may be like 8 hours long, nobody is really questioning it as long as it appeases you, as long as it goes with directly, it fits within your ideologies or your scope or your point of view or wherever you are specifically emotionally. So it's a little bit confusing how it's a little bit questionable, or you want to have somewhat of a critique of what I'm doing, but yet when the right or the left decides to do it, when yet mainstream media decides to do it, it's complete, it's a dead stop and it's dead silence. It has to be just factual. It has to be 100%, especially when we have police video camera footage of certain things happening. The police never release it instantly. They decide to release it 6 months, a year, or 2 years from now. And also that footage is heavily edited. But yet people who agree and love the police never question the footage. It has to be right because it fits within the scope or the spectrum or the stats of whatever it is that they were fed and made to believe or indoctrinated into. So like I said, it's a little bit weird. You said it's not right for anybody to do. Okay, cool, no problem, right? I'm a type of person where I like to see balance in a lot of things. So if it's not right for anybody to do, so then everybody who disagrees should be specifically going to mainstream media, to all of these journalists and telling them vocally to stop. But when I look on social media, that's not what people care about. So at one point people can say, or you can say that, okay, yeah, this isn't right. Nobody should do it. But at the same time, what do we normally see out here? Everything that I've stated directly to you, this is what people go directly for. People on the conservative side, they're not questioning Fox News about their clips or whatnot or whatever. It just is what it is, and it fits directly with the narrative, and it fits directly with their sides and their ideologies and everything is that they believe. The same thing when it goes for the Democrats. So, yeah. Just saying. You said we want balance too. Who? Oh, who is the we that you're talking about? Are you just talking about like Americans? I need people to be specific. If I'm talking directly to white people, I'm going to be specific. If I'm talking to black people, I'm going to be specific. If I'm talking to the Asians, the Hispanics, the Africans, I'm going to be very specific. So who specifically is the we that you're talking about? Are you talking about white conservatives? Are you talking about white liberals? What are you gearing your comment directly towards? Let me know, because I'm trying to be as direct as possible to make points that are very clear, because I understand that people get a little bit confused when I speak. Right? Somebody said all of you are mad because we took your food stamps and your blue hair dye. What? Who has blue? Who are you? Who are you talking about? In the food stamp part, Lord have mercy. You guys are still stuck on stupid. Still stuck on stupid. Lord have mercy. That is crazy. Let me just highlight it so people understand who I'm talking to. So Alan Lake said, all of you hoes are mad because we took your food stamps and blue hair dye. I've never dyed my hair ever in my life. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not on food stamps. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not even understanding at this moment in time. the first people on SSI and the first people on government assistance were both white. One was a white male. I did a live stream and a video on this. One was a white male and one was a white woman. So that would also mean that the government made this in order to benefit and help out their own demographics for the, for whatever it is that they have to go through to, have a soft landing pad or, whatever hardships, or just in case, people are getting up there in age, they can't work anymore. They need something to sit back on so that they're still fine and dandy and they can still pay their bills. So again, I'm a little bit confused. Little bit confused, and this is what I'm trying to at least get through at the yo, what's up, Judah? What's going on? This is what I'm trying to get through for this whole thing that people don't even understand. I'm like, for the white folks out there, I want y'all to understand that rich white folks, Caucasians, Europeans, they don't care not a shit about you. They do not care. Either which way it goes, they're going to make money and they're going to get your land. This is the main thing that you always talk about. Like, oh, I'm American. I got my land. I got my house, and ain't nobody taking it from me. Yes, they are. God Elon is going to sit up there and take it from you. Isn't he directly on y'all side over there? God Elon over there with Trump? Yeah. Him and the other millionaires directly out here, like the Zuckerbergs and so on and so on and so on. They're going to be the ones to sit up there and take up your land. They're going to sit up there and take your houses and sell them back to you. Those are going to be the people that's going to do that. You ain't going to have nothing. Pretty soon at this moment in time, shout out to Bill Gates, another rich Caucasian man who is leading in farmland, acquiring the amounts that he has at this moment in time. And I'm like, so white people, you really want a tech giant to have control over your food and to come up with the things that go on your food or in your food? That is diabolical work. But like I said, y'all got it. Y'all got the control. Y'all got the plan. Y'all are the smartest and the smartest. You are the masters of the universe. And you wonder why your population is dwindling at this moment in time, why your birth rates are as low as they currently are at this moment in time. It's because you allow it to be. Because you're like, hey, if we're losing by ourselves, we can't do that. But if we're losing and then other people are basically treading behind us losing as well, we're all cool with it. It's worth it. The ends justify the means. So like I said, when this all basically speeds up by your own hands, you're only going to have yourself to blame. And it's crazy to think that as the video, I just thought about this. If you think about the videos that I showed you where a lot of these white folks were asking for a civil war, you don't have the population to really support this. Because once this breaks out, is over for everybody, especially y'all. Like, y'all not going to be able to recoup from this. Like, do y'all not remember the plague? What took place over there in Europe yonders ago with your ancestors? And you basically think if you have a civil war now with all of the casualties that are going to take place because of all of the armaments that we do have and people have access to, you think that you're going to be able to really restart your population without any type of help at all? Whew. That's some brave work. Y'all need help at this moment in time. This is why we got a lot of facilities helping your population be able to get pregnant. But you think that you're going to be, like I said, I guess y'all got plan on plans. Y'all Batman out here. Y'all got prep time, I guess. Guess y'all got prep time. I guess y'all got like some Cabbage Patch dolls somewhere in the fields that are going to give birth to some brand new kids while y'all out here sacrificing your lives for a civil war. I guess y'all got that plan already, right? Y'all got the AI wombs, the robots already listed up already. It's looking like Krypton out here where you got, different types of fetuses and whatnot just there. Don't need any human interaction. They're just going to sit up there and grow and develop on their own. You're just going to computer and AI generate a library information and channel it directly into the child's brain so that the same cycle can repeat. That's what we're doing. Is that the type of time that we're on? Or maybe it's just me. I don't know. But like I said, I guess y'all got a plan for a plan. You're Bruce Wayne out here. You're Batman. You got it. You got it. You got it. But let's continue.
Grieve family, his children. But may his legacy live on. And may this be a ripple effect to wake people up, Christians up, and cause us to stand for something, to be bold about our faith, to be bold about what we believe in, no matter who is offended, no matter who disagrees. We stand. We stand. I pray that this affects someone and takes the scales off of your eyes so that you can see that this is the time. So I pray right now that, Lord, you arise and your enemies will be scattered. The victory is already won. And if we know anything about Jesus...
Now, I want to state, I'm not sure if anybody else heard that, or maybe it was just me. But I could swear to you, when I originally had this video, when I had this footage, I didn't get any type of noise. Maybe it's just me. Well, let me see. Huh.
Try these methods.
No matter who disagrees,
and was not for Black people,
we stand, because the enemy wants to silence the body of Christ. He wants us to be silent. He wants us to cower down in fear.
Y'all know what that was.
But I believe that a generation of Charlies are going to be birthed from this situation. And I pray right now for his grieved family, his children. But may his legacy live on. And may this be a ripple effect.
I don't know what type of glitch that was. The
To
oddest
wake
thing.
people up, Christians up.
I ain't never in my life.
And cause us to stand for something, to be bold about our faith, to be bold about what we believe in, no matter who is offended, no matter who disagrees. We stand. We stand. I pray that this affects someone and takes the scales off of your eyes so that you can see that this is the time. So I pray right now that, Lord, you arise and your enemies will be scattered. The victory is already won. And if we know anything about Jesus...
and that we
So
didn't
it's
need...
specifically that part? Hold up. Yeah, specifically that part, I guess. All right.
People.
So, hey, I kid you not. I kid you not. I swear to you, when I went through and at least listened to the video, I don't remember that happening at all. But I guess it was there. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. So what we're going to do, because obviously I don't know. I don't know what's happening. We're just going to skip directly further. And again, my condolences to anybody that has like headphones on. That was not purposeful. I just thought it might have been a glitch on my end that I was hearing. And I'm looking through the comment section. Obviously, you guys were able to hear it too. So my apologies. That was not purposeful. I was not trying to do that. I was just trying to make sure that it wasn't happening on, my end. So my apologies. But whatever. We're going to continue directly on to the next part. So here we go.
That are saying Charlie Kirk was racist and was not for Black people and did not know Black people. I am 100% convinced that you have never sat through a full debate of his or watched any of his debates with a sound understanding. Black people are always so quick to want to be the victim of a situation that they can't thrive. And this is one of the things that Charlie Kirk was exposing to Black people. We have such a cap on us because we think we're limited because we're Black or because we're women and because we think our ancestors, whatever they went through, is still impacting us today, but we are not there anymore. Charlie Kirk wasn't saying that we didn't need or Black problems didn't matter. He was saying, hey, you're not a slave anymore and there are no more laws that are holding you back saying that you can't do what a white person can do. You should get up and go and try these methods and become somebody. One thing we got to understand is life is hard. And we don't need handouts. Handouts is making people weak and sensitive. That's why this man was just killed over mere opinions. Having an opinion. This man never said nothing racist or hated or hateful towards Black people. I followed this man very closely and watched many of his debates, and I stand in agreement with a lot of the things that he say. And I really, if I disagree with anything, it was so small I can't even think about nothing I disagree with. And I just hate that we are a people who are so quick to be controlled by the word racism that just one little clip misrepresenting what somebody said is all we need to throw somebody under the bus.
But question, isn't that what normally happens on both sides when it deals with Republicans and Democrats, Democrats and Republicans? They both take one clip and they say that this is the whole or the entirety or the monolith of this group, the way that they think, their ideologies. Is this not what normally takes place on the political landscapes? I don't I don't understand how people, they do these videos and they upload them and they don't happen to just like listen back to some of the things that they state. I don't understand how that works out. I'm like, this happens on both sides, even in the form of mainstream media. And you okay. You, let's continue.
We got to think about this. Who are the kind of people, and not to this was a white on white crime. And whenever these type of people get involved, that means there is some power being seeped out somewhere to the masses that the people in control don't want the power to be with. And this is what he was doing. He was showing a lot of people that are blind and programmed by the system to wake up and get out the matrix. And this was the problem. Telling black people you don't need government assistance because you can be somebody is not racist. Telling us that government assistance has hindered us because before we were on government assistance, we were a more successful people.
Before we were on government assistance, we just weren't, able to get a lot of these things. That a lot of these things were specifically for white folks directly out there because they were made by white people in order to support white people from a white system. Like there are reasons why black people didn't have access to certain types of things. I'm not exactly. But you know what? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too deep.
It's not racist by reading and understanding the facts. Ever since we started getting subsidized by the government, we have been controlled by the government, and not in only what we can do, but how we think. And this is a person who challenges you to think for yourself. The things he said about George Floyd, y'all act like because an officer killed George Floyd, that made him a saint, like he wasn't a criminal, like he wasn't on drugs. That's what caused him to be suffocated and pass out. Y'all like he wasn't resisting, like he was just being a good law-abiding citizen and was just taken out senselessly like we do each other.
Woo! The craziest part is that I love doing this type of work is the fact that I've shown a lot of videos where white people are fighting the cops. I'm talking about they may have weapons directly on them. They are brutally just like fighting back, and that sometimes they're fighting two or several officers. But the most interesting thing is that even when that fight happens, even when that type of danger is there, the white cops have a certain type of lens of which they're like, you know what? I don't want to sit up there. I don't want to take your life. I don't want this to end this type of way. You attack me multiple times. Please, sir, put down the weapon. I got, fluid coming directly from the side of my arm right now. You can clearly see it on camera, but please, sir, drop the weapon. I know you don't want it to end this way. I don't want it to end this way. Let's be able to still see our families at the end of the day. Please, sir, just listen to my request, listen to my words, and drop the weapon. And all of this can be done. We don't need to take this to the. I've done this enough times to see all of these videos and to see her sitting up here making it, trying to justify, oh well, he was resisting, he was doing this, he was doing, how many white people do that on an everyday basis when it's self versus self, but they don't inevitably decide, oh, I'm going to sit up there and take his life. Jesus Christ, sweet Lord, have mercy. This is just woo. I actually got a video of a cop that came to another cop's door, and when they asked the cop to come outside of his home, outside of his domicile, one of the cops on camera shot through the door. Explain that to me. And it was a black cop. Explain that to me. How do you hold your service weapon? Ask somebody to open the door and to come out. Before they come out the door, you shoot through the door. And then you're on camera saying that wasn't me. Huh? How does that happen? What type of police training? That's like some Police Academy, the movie type training right there. That is diabolical. You would have thought that was an SNL sketch, and it wasn't. Real life. I might play that clip a little bit later, but let's keep going.
That wasn't the case. So when they're pointing out this stuff, y'all don't like nobody telling y'all the truth. Black people don't want to hear the truth because we benefit off of not working and being lazy off of government assistance and stuff. One thing Charlie Kirk also said was if the black people want to become better, we're going to have to stop celebrating crime and murder. Our culture is destruction. Our culture is destruction. And it ain't nothing we can do or say to change that. Everything we have from the women in our idolization groups, Beyonce, Summer Walker, SZA, Cardi B, Sexy Red, all of them are horrible examples of how to be as a woman. The same thing with the NBA young boy, Lil Baby, Duh Baby, Lil Wayne, Baby, P. Diddy. All of those are examples of how to be a terrible person. And what he is saying is get these examples from in front of you and your kids so that y'all can thrive.
So why didn't you take, so you say that those are the bad examples. Cool, no problem, right? But on the same end, why don't you as a black person list several positive singers, several positive rappers that are black, several positive black musicians? Why is it that everybody can seemingly give, oh, let me list off like 99,999 of these black artists that do this, this, that, and the third. But yet you ask them for the same number when it deals with positive artists, writers, singers, songwriters, and they seemingly are not trying to list that in the exact same breath as the negative ones. But yet again, you want to try to establish or facilitate some type of point, some type of space for a point. Okay. But we're supposed to be balanced out here, right? All right.
Also, let's work on building the family back. One of the things that destroyed the family was removing a father out the home. Put that back together so we can start becoming a good community.
Okay, so this is how I know that a lot of people don't listen to what Charlie Kirk stated. He specifically said that the fall of the black community happened when black women left their husbands and pretty much sold out for the government and accepted that money. He said that out of the clips that I have. He said that. He said black women are to blame. So is she going to go on that length and sit up there and blame black women? Obviously, she's not going to do that being a black woman. You don't hear her saying that at all. So I'm like, how much really did she listen to Charlie Kirk? Or did she just specifically listen to some 15-minute clips out of a 4 or a 5 hour, debate or discussion or podcast or whatever it was? Because I know that he specifically said that. I know that he said that black women can't sit up there. They don't have the IQ to hold, certain jobs and all this other type of. I heard those things, but I'm not, maybe it's just me, right? Because a lot of people say that black people always want to portray and see themselves as victims. So maybe I'm picturing, maybe I'm theorizing, maybe I'm emotionally in a space where I'm thinking that Charlie said that he didn't really say it because he's not a racist. He doesn't feel a certain type of way about black folks, right? My bad. Let's continue.
But we don't like being told nothing. We don't like being told how to better ourselves because we want to be victims so bad. We want to be at the bottom of somebody's pity party so bad that we'll take anything we can to disregard or dismiss any ethical or sound doctrine to help better ourselves so that we can steady dwell on a past that no longer affects us and that we can overcome and have the ability to become somebody. My last point is, I always tell my daughter, because I made her read about Madam C.J. Walker, a self-made black woman millionaire, during a time way worse than today. So everybody with all these excuses of why you can't be successful because you black or a woman, odds have always been being defeated since the beginning of time. Stop teaching your kids and capping your kids at you black or you a woman so there's stripes against you. Stop teaching that to your kids and let them know you're going to have to work hard for whatever you want. Be resourceful and go for what it is that your goal is. But we keep teaching each other that, oh, it's hard because we black. I've been a victim of that mentality too. And that keeps you in a slave mentality. It keeps you from going to strive. If you are conditioning people and making people believe that I automatically am going to lose or fail, or it's going to be even harder for me just because I'm black, most people not going to even get up and put their best foot forward. So when you tell people, hey, wake up, you don't have to be like this and you can be better, that's making you get uncomfortable because now it's time for you to work and become somebody instead of dwelling in your comfort of nothingness. And everybody is taking this man and all these clips and misrepresenting him, all for the simple fact that people don't want to do better, that people hate knowledge. The Bible says in Proverbs chapter 1, 22 through 24, when will you fools stop hating knowledge? Fools hate knowledge. And that's all this man was giving out is knowledge. And if anybody saw fit that this man should be executed in front of his wife, kids, and thousands of people just because he was giving out knowledge, it's absolutely insane. And if anybody thought this was okay or warranted, it's absolutely insane. And we got to pray about your heart. And I pray over this country in the name of Jesus, Lord, that you begin to touch the hearts of the people here in this world, Lord. Their hearts are growing cold. They're beginning to love murder and death. They're beginning to love to see people suffering, good people suffering. And I'm just asking, Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, that you come down here and you rest your soul on us and you open and soften the hearts of the people of the world who are constantly in rejection to you or the truth of any kind. We speak the truth and declare the truth no matter what in the name of Jesus amongst everybody, no matter how you feel about it, and no matter how your feelings get hurt, because all of this saving people's feelings and stopping people from getting offended is why somebody felt the need to go and assassinate somebody for having an opinion. We got to be careful what we listen to and what we fall for and stop falling for the propaganda and lies that is being used to control us and tell us how to think instead of thinking for ourselves.
Right, she said all of that, right? So what's her specific feelings on the school shooters though? What's her specific prayers on every single one of those children that lost their lives during all of those school shootings, during all of the mass shootings that have also taken place across the United States? I wonder. But, like I said, I wanted to show off the fact that you have black people out there that agree directly with the right, with the conservatives, because a lot of the words that she used are pretty much in alignment with a lot of the words that those on the right happen to state and use all the time in order to specifically tell people that, hey, I'm not a lefty. I'm not a liberal. I'm directly over here safely on the right. We're the logical. We're the free thinkers, the critical thinkers. We are free from the plantation, the democracy plantation. There, we're free. But I'm like, everybody owns slaves though. But it's like I said, somebody has to be the good guy. So I get it. Light versus evil, God versus Satan, and so on and so on and so on. I get it. Compare and contrast. In order to prove a point, you got to, have something that is opposite of you in order to show that you are a hero. How can you call yourself a hero if you don't have an opposite of you? Then you're just nothing. You're just a person yelling and saying that you got a title, right? Anyways, let's keep going. We got another video here.
I'm Shane Jenkins here live at Wailea Beach in Hawaii, and the events of today are a tragedy. It's heartbreaking to see what happened to Charlie Kirk in front of the whole world. My heart.
So let me just let people know, just in case if you hear something in the background, I tried to get rid of the music that was there, and we got residuals and some leftovers. So just bear with me.
It goes out to his family, to his wife, and to his children. What a tragedy, and what America had to watch. It's like the new JFK, and it is such a horrible thing. And so what I want to say today is that this is what the left wants for all of us. They tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice. They hunted down January 6 people like dogs. They oppressed us for 46 and a half. I did 46 and a half months, denied visits without my family for 2 years, denied religious services for 2 years, denied fingernail clippers for a year. And they wanted to crush and destroy every single one of us. They hunted down Catholics for being pro-life. They hunted down soccer moms for being anti-transgender. This is what the left wants. They want every one of us dead. And if America doesn't wake up and pull its head out of its ass, this is going to be all of us. I don't understand why we're having to watch this Ukrainian girl get butchered on a train like a hog to slaughter. I don't understand why we're having to watch Charlie Kirk get murdered in front of an audience at a college university where he's trying to bring the truth and share the truth to the nation. The people aren't ready to hear the gospel, and the evil wants to silence all the good truth that's coming out. And so I just want to say that, America, I need you to wake up. We have been at war for the last 5 or 6 years. They've been trying to destroy Trump, whether it was the Russia collusion hoax, whether it was the Ukrainian phone call with the president, whether it was the assassination attempts, whatever it was, lawfare, the lawsuits against President Trump. All this is from the same vein. And so I just want America to wake up and understand it. It's time to stand up. It's time to fight. And we are at war, America. This might be a soft war, but we are at war, and it's time for Americans to fight. I need you to get up and represent yourselves and stand up like the men and women that I know you are. God bless you all. I hope you're doing great. Prayers to the Charlie Kirk family in America. We love you.
Right, all the way from the nice safety zone of Hawaii where pretty much nothing is happening, even though there are hoods in Hawaii. Hawaii does have bad spots. People just don't know about them because they stay pretty much on the resorts or just specifically in those areas. Yeah, that's a little bit, that's crazy to me. It's crazy that, like I said before, you supposedly are really with the rah and all this other type of stuff, but you're in Hawaii. Ain't nothing happening in Hawaii. You're in the safety trying to preach some type of message to everybody else. You know that whatever happens in the whole entirety of the United States is going to take a lifetime to basically reach it. Pretty much you're in a whole nother galaxy at this point, but yet you're trying to send off this message from the safety. Whoo! So for the white folks out there, when I'm sitting up there telling y'all that y'all got people preaching to y'all from the safety, look at that sun. I've never seen nothing like that in my life. You got the grass, you got some shrubbery there, a tree directly to the left, and then you just got the ocean, endless ocean, and the sun just looking direct. I've never seen nothing like that in my life. That's a beautiful sight. It must be a very beautiful thing to be in that type of quiet safety and to say that people are after you. Where are those people? Where in Hawaii is anybody chasing you down? Where are you losing sleep at night in Hawaii? Who's seeking you out and hunting you in Hawaii? Let me know, because it's crazy. As people wanted to state to me before that black people always want to view themselves as victims. That dude just literally told you that he has a victim mentality. They're always after us. They've always been after us. They are prosecuting us. They don't want to see us here no more. They did this to me. They did that. That sounds real black right now, right? That sounds real victim-y mentality, right? Words that don't even exist. Just like his victimhood doesn't exist. Don't even understand it. Who is after you? Who? Tell me the people. Point them out. Give me some names. Right? Give me the descriptions. Give me the colors. You can't sit up there and do any of that, because if you do, you're going to inevitably tell everybody who those people really are, and you ain't trying to deal with that fact. You're not trying to deal with home. You're not trying to deal with self. So it's a lot easier to make a broad brush to say that the left is they, it's them, it's those over there. It's very easy to say that versus specifically pointing it out, because it's getting a little bit too close to home. Right? Let's continue.
Evidence whatsoever, and yet people go around sloppily saying you're a racist, you're a white supremacist. It is so destructive to our dialogue. It's destructive to us coming together as a country, and there's nothing to support it whatsoever.
It's called the white fragility prayer. This is a psychosocial model that I'm currently developing. It's characterizing a kind of predictive model of what you can expect a white person to articulate if they are found in proximity to racism. It goes, racism exists, but not here. And if it's here, it's not me. And if it was me, I didn't mean it. And if I meant it, it's not racist, or I'm not racist. That's just how it is. It's a way in which, no matter how close the racism might actually be in proximity to a person who might in fact be perpetuating racism in some harmful way, there's always an effort to distance oneself from it. I want to give you some examples of what the white fragility prayer looks like in action.
Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
The news media has played a person like myself up, who's been honest about race relations, has been a racist. I'm not a racist.
I'm sorry if.
Hold on, Let's go. Let's play that back real quick. Let's play back that beautiful footage. Let's go back in the past real quick, right?
Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Now, when I look back there, I see a whole bunch of white men. I don't see not a black soul back there, right? Because he says segregation now, segregation later, segregation forever. Forever purge, right?
The news media has played a person like myself up who's been honest about race relations as being a racist. I am not a racist.
Huh? So where are your black friends? Where are your black constituents? Where are your black neighbors and your family members? Right? Where are all of those individuals to let me know that you're not racist? Where are all of the other, different types of people directly out there to let me know that you're not racist? That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. 4K, guys, 4K. I wasn't back during those times, but woo! Lord have mercy. It's some crazy work, the mental gymnastics that people decide to sit up there and do. But let's continue.
Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Like we have been from Somalia and from the third world, all of a sudden they say diversity is a strength. Is it really? Is diversity a strength in Minneapolis? Is that really a strength? No. You know what is a strength? The unity we find in being an American, not in being Muslim or in being whatever faction or tribe that you come from. And yet people go around sloppily saying, you're a racist, you're a white supremacist. It is so destructive to our dialogue. It's destructive to us coming together as a country, and there's nothing to support it whatsoever.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
No, I'm not a racist. I am the least racist person you have ever interviewed.
The psychosocial model characterizes what are very clear, cut and paste textbook examples of racism that are unambiguously clear, and yet predictable responses would be attempts to insert any kind of barrier that allows them to distance themselves from racism, even when it's their own behavior. It's never who we are. It's never where we are. We're never willing to admit that, in fact, we are racist. The racism, it exists, but it's always out there somewhere. It's always someone else's problem. It's always just out of reach, and we're totally against racism, but the racism is never where we are.
Woo! That's some crazy work out there. That is diabolical in nature. You literally had somebody there, and back during the old times was like, I'm not a racist. I'm like, how did you get there? How did you really thought that one out, huh? That man was like, I am not really. Also, I wanted to point out this thing which was a little bit confusing, and this was something that I don't think I went over, but I want to see if it makes sense to y'all, right? Oh, I actually got to take down the video. Let me see. Let me take down that. Yeah, I'll take down the other guy. Take down that one and take down that one. Let me see if this makes sense to anybody, because it was like they were going all over the place with this explanation, which is crazy.
So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU.
So you mean to tell me he was Batman? So he had Bruce Wayne gear, right? And then he had to change into Batman gear, and then he went back and he changed into Bruce Wayne gear. Ain't that a little bit too much to do? I'm just asking for a friend. Isn't that a little bit too much to do, where you got to go to and from? And like I said, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That specifically didn't make sense to me at all. That's a little bit, baffling and crazy directly to me. So let me see. I'm trying to find the other video because there's another video directly out here where you had somebody speaking to. Oh, matter of fact, let me just, because I don't want people to sit up there and make it think that it's a targeted thing. So let me just showcase some black guys out here, right? That I guess they were doing a podcast, whatever it was, right? And this is what they had to say about the whole instance, right?
Said where I thought that he said something racist, and I cannot find it, guys. I can't. I looked everywhere. I've been looking, I've been searching Charlie racist, and I just haven't heard him say anything racist at all.
Because we know that he was not racist. We talked to the man. The man has. I really sat down with the man myself.
So, I mean, we're going to go through some of the tweets, but I'm going to just run this video right here because, you know, this was a very viral one. This one, this is what black people hated the most. This clip right here, when he said black people were better in the 1900s, basically, and the DEI, he said, oh, if we get on a plane, that's what they hate. When they say, oh, we get on a plane with a black pilot, we don't know if the pilot's qualified or not. That's what they hate.
But he also said, he also said he would have never questioned that before DEI. Therefore, not blaming the race of the person, but the policy of DEI.
Oh, well, people with brains understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, but after this,
let me see this clip though.
Man, my extreme level has went on another level, guys. So I was extreme.
This has shown me like.
So the main thing that I said earlier, and I think my very first live stream starting to cover this, I was like, yo, so white people, you're allowing black people out here to basically sell talking points that you've already established for yourselves by yourselves. You're allowing those black people to make money off of you by regurgitating your exact same points. I don't even understand how that works because I'm not even understanding how those three black men could ever at any moment in time represent the ideals or the ideologies, the upbringing, the families, the communities of white men. So I'm a little bit confused on how this is even working, on how it is that you decide that you want to we're going to sit up there and just, you know, make a lot of, you know, black conservatives popular and all this other. They are making money directly off of you because this is the easiest route for them to sit up there and go. They're going to go to the route of least resistance. They're not going to go to the liberal side, correct? Because they already know that, oh, well, we already got black people already established there. It's too much there. I'm not going to do it, right? Let's do something new. Let's go somewhere where there's not a lot of us, supposedly. And they fluctuate directly to the Republicans, to the conservatives. They start stumping out, going to a few events and all this other type of stuff. And then they start off these platforms, start giving these takes, start giving these talking points. But yet, the craziest part is you never really hear them critique the Republican Party. It's always critiquing the left, critiquing the Democrats, the liberals. They always want to critique specifically one side. And even when their side gets caught up in some things, they switch up and are like, okay, well, yeah, that's bad, but that's an individual, but that's neither here nor there. We need to focus on these Democrats and what it is that it's like, what are we doing here? We're supposed to be focused on all of the government correctly, all of the government equally should get the same amount of time. If you're going to be disparaging on one end, you should be disparaging across the board. It shouldn't just be a one-sided thing. But yet, when you hear a lot of these black Republicans, that's what they tend to do. That's what they tend to lead with, right? That's the main voice that they tend to do. Crazy work. That is diabolical in nature. There is another video directly up there. I'm trying to see if I can find it because it has to do with government assistance, actually. And Charlie Kirk was having a conversation with a young white male. And let me see, is this the... Nope, that's not the one there. Let me see if I can roll through and happen to find it. I got a lot of videos up here. Like, I kid you not. Like, it is wild how many videos I got directly up here. Matter of fact, I do have... Wait, did I get that? Let me see. That's going back to this week. Where is... Because the most interesting thing is that we do have Koreans out here. Let me show y'all this real quick. So when I happen to say that, right? So before I play this video, right, I just want to let me highlight the flag real quick so y'all can understand where it is that we are, right? So you see all of these Korean flags, right? I want y'all to understand from the information that I understood, this is not the United States, because if it was, we would have heard about this march and these chants somewhere in the United States, either New York or California. This is solely in South Korea. Asians are saying we are Charlie Kirk. So when I sit up there and say that Asians are honorary white and they view themselves the same as white people, I mean just that. So let's just take a listen. Nothing but Asian men out there. So I can mute that and just let that play, because I'm pretty much we understand what is being said, right? So you're looking at in South Korea, they got their own government, their own things to basically worry about and all that other type of stuff. But they're like, you know what? We are Charlie Kirk. We are him and he is us. And I'm like, how is that even possible? You are Asian, my friend. It wasn't that long ago that it was actually this month that a conservative decided that, who was trying to run for a seat in office, she decided that she wanted to call ICE and specifically get South Koreans deported, sent right back to South Korea, because she did not like the sight of seeing all of these Asians working in this American factory, America factory. Is you like, nah, this should be American jobs, so we're going to get y'all up out of here. Not understanding and knowing that those were workers that build the parts. They know how the machines work. And those workers are going to train American workers. And once the American workers were trained, they were going to go back to South Korea, and then the Americans were going to take over. But like I say, you can't tell anybody anything, because a lot of people like to say, oh, I'm not racist. Nah, you are. You are. To sit up there and get a group of people deported because of who they are, because you feel that those jobs belong to Americans, then you have to ask yourself, what Americans are you specifically talking about? What Americans do you feel deserve those jobs? Is it specifically you, or are you talking about everybody as a collective? Right? Again, like I said, it's some crazy work. I've never seen anything like this before. You guys, South Koreans directly out here talking about we are Charlie. I've never in my life seen anything like this. But that further proves my point. So anytime I have to do a video and it's talking about Asian Americans and people are, up there stating that, oh, well, we don't happen to say anything, or we don't do this and we don't do that, I'm just going to bring up this video and showcase the fact that this is why that they don't speak, because they know who it is that they follow, who it is specifically that they look up to, and they want to be directly just like him, who it is that they align themselves specifically with. Again, it's the same populace dealing with the Asian community who voted and put Trump, or to help put Trump directly into office. But then you're also voting with the same people who wanted to get you out of this country, because they said that you don't belong. They said that you shouldn't have American jobs. They said that you're stealing American jobs. You need to go right back to your country. Again, and I've showcased videos like that where you got Trump supporters and it's plastered all on their trunk, or you can tell that they're heavily conservative and that they don't really like the sight of other people. And they decide to, state that in a variety of ways by trying to tell Asians to go back home, even if they are American born and raised here. They living in San Francisco, Washington, born and raised, speaking American, not speaking a lick of anything Asian, but hey, go home. But yeah, people always say that they're not racist. I guess you got whatever it is that you feel. But let's continue.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to meet at Harbor Freight in Cookville in the parking lot at 11 a.m. this Sunday. So everybody that wants to meet like-minded individuals, be there.
Restart. For all you out there, and I mean every minority, we're coming for you.
Greatest project.
Just always remember your feelings.
Don't give up.
Eye for an eye.
Right. So amongst that, you're able to hear like another voice there. A lot of people, what they tend to do now is that they want to cover a lot of the stuff that they say by heavily playing some type of speeches in the background. But basically, what you were able to hear that man state is that people like him are coming for minorities, and it is an eye for an eye. That's why he is winking directly there. So again, when I happen to state the groups of people that are specifically trying to call and are seeking violence, I'm specifically looking at a demographic here that has continuously stated this openly. It doesn't matter if it was as vague as possible, if it was in the middle, or if it was just blatantly obvious, trying to say, somebody get this video to the president and say that we want a civil war. Please, Mr. Trump, let us know. That's some crazy work. That is 100% some crazy work. But like I said, I'm looking at the demographic and I'm showing the demographic that are purely asking for all types of life to be lost directly out here on American soil. Let's continue.
As a fearless patriot, I am Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk, and there's a lot more of us than there will ever be them. We can see Charlie Kirk, the husband, the father, the human, the fearless patriot. We see Charlie Kirk for who he is. They didn't. They dehumanized him on every level. They smeared him, and that inevitably ended his life. They made up lies about him instead of just watching him and how he spoke to people. They dehumanized that man on such a level that a radicalized person executed him.
They and them.
He didn't see the husband, the father, the human, but we did. We are Charlie Kirk.
Like I said before, I'm looking at these conservative Republicans always refer to somebody as they and them, and then when they wanted to talk about the killer, they say he. Why not specifically point out his race? His, who it is that he is. Why not say his name? It's a little bit weird to me because if he was a black man, you would have specifically fixated on the point that he was black, driven that point home, brought up statistics, brought up your own things, because this is the other thing that I want to point out to a lot of people. Ever since that this has happened, usually, let's say if the individual that took Charlie Kirk's life was black, a lot of these white conservatives would have been like, yeah, my father, he sat up there and told me a story about how a black guy robbed him and how that made him feel, and he was lucky to be alive and all this other. Somehow, some way, all of them would have a story. They would know a friend who had a story. They would know somebody at a bar who shared a story directly with them. They'll recite some news stories, news sites, and give you all of these great stories, right? But magically, when it's somebody who is not black, they can't give you any stories. They're not going to go back and be like, oh, I remember when another white guy sat up there and robbed me as a white person and how that made me feel. And, I'm lucky to be. I don't hear none of that. I'm not hearing none of those close within proximity stories. I don't hear none of that nonsense directly up there. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird to me. It's a little bit weird how on one end, if you have, a black American male who did something, right? You can somehow give a story if his picture is posted as the poster child for crime. All of y'all can give these types of points in these stories. But when it's dealing with somebody who's white, nobody has anything to say. It was just like, these things don't even happen. I don't even know how it happened. They or them radicalized him. I'm like, who is him? Who is they and them? Like, what are we doing here? Like, why are there so many, you can't be direct when normally you like being direct. This is the party of directness and straightforwardness and transparency. But when it deals with this topic, I'm seeing the most indirect commentary I've ever seen in my life. This is some crazy work. This is diabolical in nature. Woo. But they got it though. They got it. But last but not least, let's go to this elder of the community.
Christian minister here.
Charlie Kirk is not a martyr for Christ, despite the claims on social media this week from the right. While we condemn his murder and the gun violence that led to it, we must also reject MAGA's efforts to portray him as something he was not. Kirk preached hatred and division as a white Christian nationalist, which contradicts Jesus' teachings. He preached anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, misogyny, and homophobia. Jesus said that the greatest commandment was to love. Kirk preached that empathy was weakness and that gun deaths are the cost of freedom.
He did say that.
His death is tragic, and I'm thankful that the shooter has been apprehended. But the media should stop portraying him as a man of peace just following Jesus when he was anything but. And yes, it dishonors the United States to award a white Christian nationalist the Presidential Medal of Freedom, as Donald Trump has promised. White Christian nationalism is a false gospel rooted in white supremacy. This week's violence was horrific and has been rightfully condemned. But that violence should not be used today to normalize, even celebrate, the hatred that white Christian nationalism embodies. All of us need to commit ourselves to nonviolence. Anything else is incompatible with democracy. May God bless our country, may God bless all of you, and may God bless the world. Peace be with you.
Woo. Man was like, as a pastor, he is not preaching the word of Christ. Ooh. He is not preaching love. Ooh. I know there's going to be a lot of people out there that's going to try to cancel this man's pastory, his ability to preach or something. I'm pretty sure some people are, working directly on it. And this is also why I brought up the video on how nonsensical it is, where you got folks out here saying that Charlie Kirk is, in a sense, the second coming of MLK. And I'm like, I'm not exactly sure how that transpired, how that happened, where people got that directly from. But yeah, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Never heard of anything, like that in my life. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. There was a video I thought about playing, but I had to heavily think about it because the things that the person was saying. There was let me see if I can do. Let me see. What is that? 14, 9, 14, 1. I'm just going to show you the image of the person. I'm not even going to play the full video because again, I don't advocate or for any of the nonsense that a lot of people out here speak. I'm like, yeah, nah. Let me see. Is this the one? Yeah, this woman right here.
I keep on seeing like posts about this Charlie dude. What?
So basically you can read by the title, and through her whole messaging, again, I just wanted to put her face directly up there. She was basically, in a sense, trying to advocate for more to happen. This is where I've stated before, on both sides, I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican, a lot of y'all have just lost your minds. To go out there and you're blatantly just like saying stuff, not thinking that there's going to be any type of repercussions, not thinking that you're probably going to lose your job or whatever opportunities are going to directly come from this. And this is what I told people before, that I try to do my best to save people from themselves. I really do. I try to give that message directly out there. But again, you have a lot of people out here that think that they know better, that they can, really just do whatnot or whatever, and not going to have to suffer any consequences. To do that, and then you're putting your face directly online, is the most stupidest thing possible. And then you're going to try to tell people to just keep going, you're stupid. You are 100% stupid. You're going to more than likely have the government and whoever else at your doorstep. You're probably going to have the police at your doorstep. And they're probably going to try to say that with what it is that you stated online on TikTok, that you are advocating and trying to incite violence. And they're going to charge you. You have to be a straight dumb idiot to do something. This is why I keep trying to tell people, like, dog, everything that you think is not for everybody else to know. Sometimes you need to just let those just be in your mind. Don't, everything is not for social media. Everything is not for profit. Everything is not for monetization. Everything is not for likes and views. But like I said, we're living in a day and age where people want to, play stupid games and they want to win stupid prizes. So she's going to sit up there and find out. The same way that other people have sat up there and found out and ended up losing their jobs or whatever opportunities or whatever else that it is that they sit up there and hold. Like I said, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Correct me if I'm wrong, for a lot of the people that are here, have we not seen videos where black women have stated that, yo, we are targeted, we are a minority out here, we have no protections, yada, 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 all this other type of stuff. So knowing that information, knowing the videos that I've literally gone over and talked about, I'm trying to fathom why on God's green earth, as a woman, as somebody that I can look at that is looking as black to me as anybody else in my family, why would you go out on a limb and say anything so charged, so politically charged at this moment in time, knowing the fact that, quote unquote, no protections, no security, there is no type of wall, no type of this, no type of that? Why? Why do this to yourself? Why? What's going to be the end goal at the moment in time? If you got one of these crazy dudes or these individuals that feel a certain type of way about Charlie Kirk and his passing, and they really like, I really love this dude, I really looked up to him. Anybody that talks bad about Charlie Kirk, I'm showing them to their doorstep, right? What if they show up to your doorstep? Now what? What's going to sit up there and happen? What if those groups of people happen to show up to your job or your kid's school? Now, what are you going to do? Now, where is that going to sit up there and get you? Now, look at the situation that you're in. And like I said, I keep trying to tell people, like, dog, you got crazy people all over the place. You got crazy people directly all over the place. Why would you decide to sit up there and tempt fate because, quote unquote, freedom of speech? That doesn't mean that you're free of consequences. Like I said, I got videos of white dudes showing up to somebody else's job because his wife went online and she was saying stuff about Charlie Kirk. So a dude sat up there and found out where the husband worked and he pulled up to the job. The husband didn't say nothing. He was not online. He didn't make videos. His wife made those videos. His wife made those statements. But the guy who feels a certain type of way about Charlie Kirk came to the guy's job. Like I said, dog, I don't know. I don't know what to sit up there and tell people no more. If you say that you have no protections, if you say that you are a minority of minority, you got 3 strikes directly against you, you are a black, you are a woman, you are this, you are that. Like, dog, why do this? Why put yourself in this type of way of which that there's nothing nobody will be able to do for you? Why? Like if anything were or have said to have happened because of this video, I would just hope that she's arrested, safe and sound and arrested. Again, I don't hope for things to specifically happen to people because of whatnot or whatever. There's other methods and ways to deal with certain situations. But again, other than getting arrested, other people will try and attempt to do other things. Why put yourself in harm's way, in harm's direction? I would think that you would want to, in a sense, make yourself as small as possible so that nobody's paying attention to you. So better yet, they don't even know that you exist, so that you can just go to and from and that it's all good. But doing stuff like this, it now puts you on other people's radar. So all of those people that I told y'all about for the last 2 or whatever live streams, all of those people that are frustrated, all of those people that are angry, all of those people that want somebody to focus in on, you now just gave them somebody to focus in on. You gave them a face. And it's you. That's some crazy work, man. That is some crazy work. Tippy said, what did she say? She basically stated, because I'm not playing it because I don't want people to say that I'm trying to contribute to anything. Basically, she's trying to say that everything needs to continue. Dealing with the whole thing with Charlie Kirk. She's saying that everything needs to continue. And I'm like, that's the stupidest thing that you could sit up there and state. And she was going through or listing other areas, right? And again, I gotta talk like this because I ain't trying to have nobody say that I'm advocating for this or advocating for that, and I'm not. I'm truly not, because like I said before, this is ignorance. Just like I'm showcasing the ignorance directly from all of those who consider themselves conservative and Republican. She obviously must consider herself a Democrat or a liberal, whatever it is, and she's online talking crazy, talking a type of craziness that will sit up there and get her charged and locked up. And like I said, that would be the best result. Charged and locked up, that'll be the best result, because anything else other than that is not going to be good at all. Because you got a lot of crazy people out here. You got a lot of crazy people that's waiting and itching to sit up there and do something and waiting for a reason. And if they find or view something as a threat, which technically with everything that she stated is a threat, because she listed a multitude of areas directly in the United States, listed a multitude of corporations. So realistically, it's a threat. And people are going to sit up there and take it as that. And you have some people that will decide to take up that challenge and see how much you can hold up on it. So like I said, that's all I'm saying. To make yourself a target is completely stupid. And this is, again, why I've stated in different instances that, yo, if you black, stay out of a lot of these situations. This don't got nothing to do with you at all. Stop trying to be a focal point. Stop trying to say this. Stop. I don't care what side you're on. Anybody that is black, y'all just need to shut up at this moment in time, because y'all ain't making nothing better. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. Y'all ain't making nothing better at all. You got angry people out here that's looking to be angry, that want to stay being angry. They want a civil war. They want bloodshed. I done showed you 99 different videos, but yet you got black folks out here but like, I'm going to sit up there and be on the side of rights. I'm going to be with the conservatives. I'm going to say this and that. And basically, you're helping to egg a lot of this stuff on. You're not trying to calm the storm. You're being on the side that's like, hey, we want a civil war. And you're basically agreeing with them either vocally or silently. And you're not trying to do anything to, like, simmer that down. You're not helping the situation. Like I said, man, it's crazy out here. Oh, we got RJ in here. What is up? What is up, RJ? What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Because I want to put it to you like this, and this is how, and I get how, some people want to say other things when it deals with history and stuff. I get that. I understand where people see certain things. Cool, right? Because you're going to say America this and all this other type of stuff, and look at the government and the police and the military and look at what's cool. I got you, right? I get it. But in the same vein, when you go out here and you're black and you decide that you want to try to play those same games, you want to try to say the exact same things, you're not going to win. It's not going to work out, because she also extended her exact same sentiments to a child. And I'm like, you've lost it. You've truly lost it. You are gone beyond gone. Because I keep trying to tell people that the internet is forever. All of these videos and stuff, this is forever, at least for 240 or 280 years digitally, from what I can remember from when I read the information. But to say a lot of these things vocally online, you're stupid and you have literally lost your mind. Again, like I said before, you've made yourself a prime target for those who want to hate and have a reason to hate. Now they got a reason. Your video is now going to be on all of these other social media platforms that you don't know nothing about. You don't even know that they even exist. You don't even know the types of abilities that those people even have. And I've tried to get that through, especially to a lot of people directly out here, especially to a lot of black folks, that a lot of the videos that you happen to post or whatnot, or whatever that happens, they post this on other sites that are directly out there. You can happen to look them up and search them for yourselves, but there are sites directly out there that is solely just them, that they're in control over, and they have nothing but fields of videos dealing with black folks, black people saying this and saying that to further help them get enraged, to get into a certain type of mentality, a certain type of mindset. So, like I said, when people specifically are stating that they're looking for somebody to be angry at, and that they're in a sense going to find it, or they keep trying to say that, oh, you liberals, you leftists, you this, you that. Yeah, they're going to have a focal point now. They're going to gather videos just like hers and many others, and they're going to start to fix their anger directly to those people with laser precision. And then once they're done with that, then they're going to sit up there and go for everybody else. Like I said, I try to save people from themselves. I try to really, save a lot of people specifically from themselves so that they don't have to show off how stupid that they really are. But you can't save everybody. You cannot save everybody at all, and it'd be like that. So this is when I said before that the whole thing of cancel culture, how people wanted to praise that on one end, you got to be with that exact same energy of praise when it falls directly upon you. What is good for the goose is good for the gander, right? Because like I said before, everything, in a sense, in a type of reality, everything should be equal, right? If one side can sit up there and get canceled and lose things, then the other side should be able to get canceled and lose things. It shouldn't just be a one-sided sword. It's a double edge. You got to be able to deal with the consequences. If you got the freedoms to do one thing, you got to be able to deal with the consequences when now it's on your end. And now that sword is on you. Right? But like I said, that's some crazy work, man. That is some crazy work. And she was really 100%. And I'm like, oh boy, you do not know the people that you're talking to or referring to. Like the massive amount of ignorance that, like I said, that's wild. But let's go to this clip here. And this is a clip of what I was looking for earlier. You're going to hear a young man basically talk about, free lunch and government and things of that nature. And you're going to listen. I'm not going to paraphrase. We're going to all listen to hear what Charlie Kirk had to say directly during this, I guess you could say, debate or conversation.
I think that there should be free school lunch for all children.
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child?
The parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important.
I don't believe they have jobs and they can't support their children there because the minimum wage is so low.
No, you are a dumb dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really.
I want children to eat.
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
That's the type of guy he was. The absolute worst. So for people saying, oh, we need to have sympathy for his wife and kids and stuff. Nope, absolutely not. Because this guy has had years upon years upon years with no sympathy or empathy for any other kids or any other families. You reap what you sow.
So I want to note that came directly from a Caucasian man. And you can look with the anger directly in his eyes on how he specifically feels. He means every single thing that he stated. But we also heard the fact that no matter what example was given, Charlie Kirk said, no, the government should not be helping you out at all. And then he was talking to another white male amongst a sea of white folks directly out there. It was like, no, you shouldn't be getting help. You shouldn't be getting any type of assistance. And then the dude was like, both parents are there. They are working, but they're still not making enough. And Charlie was like, you're not dumb, dude. Like, let's not play these games. That's not even a thing that's even possible. That's even happening in America. We have a child obesity problem in America, not a starvation problem in America. I just know for a fact that there were moments and times that I knew kids in school that weren't able to afford lunch. And I sat up there and either shared my lunch or I paid for them to be able to get lunch. So to sit up there and say that people don't, in a sense, need help or that these things don't exist? It does. It does. The obesity rate is high because kids aren't getting healthy meals. Just because they're obese doesn't mean that they're eating healthily, that they're getting all of the nutrients and stuff that they need. They're getting a substitute that is not actual food. It's nothing but sugar and carbs. That's why the obesity rate is high, because the government has made it so easy to buy trash versus getting lettuce, tomatoes, garlic, cucumbers, zucchini, spinach, greens, like actual living things that a living body would actually need to live for a long time to recharge itself. They make it very difficult to get that. And then even if you can't afford it, that food more than likely is poisoned in one way or another, or it doesn't really have the same nutritional value because it's a GMO. So like I said before, it's crazy to hear him say these things. And I've been in public school. I don't know what schools he went to, but I went to public schools. And I've had to sit up there and help out people get lunch. There's even been times before that I might not have been able to afford it myself because I was short, a few cents or whatever it is. Because I'm not sure if people realize it or not, but if you don't have the exact change for whatever that lunch is supposed to be, they're not going to let you sit up there and buy it. Now, at certain points in high school, some of us are, you okay, you 25 short, no problem. Just, all right, you cool. I'll let you slide with that. It's all right. Other times they're like, all right, well, you just can't get it. You got to put that back. So like I said before, not being able to afford or get something, I've been seeing this for a very long time, even as a child. And now I'm witnessing this as an adult, and I'm looking at other adults in the market not being able to properly afford. Like I said, I done seen adults of all different colors directly out here filling up baskets with trash, filling up baskets of which is going to lead towards diabetes, lead towards high cholesterol, and all these other types of things. I've sat up there and watched this directly in markets. But like I said, Charlie is not talking about the fact of how the government has enabled this type of health crisis to take place and how it's made to be persistent. And I'm talking about by both sides. I ain't just talking about one side. I'm talking about Democrat and Republican. Enable and allow these things to happen because they're all in bed. They're all making money. The lobbyists, the government officials, the policymakers, all this, they are all in bed and they allow these things to slide by and happen. So like I said, that's why I don't like a lot of these debates and these conversations that people want to sit up there and have. Because it's not really truthful. It's not getting to the problem. It's not pointing out the problem, and it's not really giving a solution. It's really not. And this is why we are in the circumstances that we are currently in when it deals with the United States. But it'd be like that though. Shout out to the rich though. Shout out to the rich and elite because they are effectively making everybody slaves, especially white folks, making everybody slaves. And again, people don't want to pay attention and see it for specifically what it is and call it out, which is diabolical in nature. But yet, people tend to say that they care about their kids, they care about their communities, they care about their lives, and everything of the sort. It's crazy work. Diabolical. But yes, we did pretty good today. We what do we make it to? Because I like playing with numbers. Shout out to all currently. On one end it says I got 93, and then on the other end it says like 88. Shout out to all the concurrent viewers at this moment in time. Shout out to the 173 likes that we currently have. Shout out to the 61,686 people that have pulled directly up to this live stream at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. If you were able to take something directly from this conversation, that's great. Hopefully some of the things that I went over and talked about made sense to people and people can start to peer into and go past the veil and, realize a few things directly up here on how things are transpiring, how is it going, and what people are trying to specifically lead people into. And again, it's not water at the end of the day. They're not leading you to water, leading you to something else, but it ain't water, right? But yeah, shout out to all the folks out there that think that I'm a racist. Shout out to you. Shout out to the folks out there that specifically think that I have a very strong, because hate is a very strong word, right? I have a very strong dislike for, no, I'll just use, shout out to those out there that feel that I have a strong hate for white folks out there, but yet have never, substantiated or fully 100% given me proof that that is the stance that I've hold, and that's the stance that I've always held directly out there. And then shout out to all the other people out there that think that I just hate everybody. I mean, I'm equal opportunist. I like that one technically a lot better than people trying to say, "Oh no, you specifically just hate this one group." Nah, nah. That's way that's you're thinking too small. You gotta think big. Gotta think big. I'm thinking about a meme, but anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody who has donated to the platform. Let me look in the background real quick. Shout out to Brand New World. I was focused, tunnel vision, that type of deal. Brother sent in the "Here comes a new challenger." Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any of and all of the new subscribers directly to the platform by way of the last live stream and the other videos directly out there. Shout out to any members. Shout out, as D Money would normally say, shout out to all the regulars directly here. Shout out to all my beautiful, wonderful moderators who do the Lord's work every single day on this platform. Would not be able to do the things that I do without you guys. Would not be able, to do those things. Shout out to other people who have donated a variety of other ways, on these platforms as well, too. And also just shout out to even coming through and viewing and allowing me just a little bit of time, directly out of your life to have a conversation. Shout out. Much love and appreciation. Lisa said, can you do a show on Trump's using the National Guard in America? Yeah, I could probably bring a video up on that. Didn't we cover that already? I think I might have did a video on that. Or did we talk about that in the previous live stream? I think we might have, but maybe it might have been like small enough where it just did not, really, I guess, like show up in a sense. So yeah, I can do something directly on that. Because I think we did touch on that and it dealt with Chicago, and I think how the government or National Guard or whatever is supposed to come directly through there or something like that. However, people was wording it. And then I was also talking about the responses that I'm thinking that a Chicago native gave when he was like trying to tell the United States, trying to basically talk back and say like, "Oh, y'all gonna bring in what here? Y'all gonna figure out why it's called Chirac." I'm like, dog, the ignorance in that statement is astonishing. Dog, they got bombs. They can just carpet bomb your whole neighborhood, brother. What are you like? What are you? What they can bring in a stealth bomber? It's gone. There's no more Chicago. Like, what are we talking about? Like, they got tanks. They got like rail guns. They got a lot of tech of which that you've never even seen before. Like, dog, they can use sound just to disperse crowds. Like some of the statements that people want to give don't even make sense. I'm like, all right, you got some things here and there, but you don't got anything to the amount of armory or the amount of bullets and tanks and weaponry that the United States government has, that the United States defense budget enables. Like, we got a one jet which was lost some years ago because somehow it broke apart or whatnot, whatever. But the lifespan of that making that plane was supposed to be $1.7 trillion. Nobody in Chicago has $1.7 trillion of a defense spending budget, or even to implement anything defense wise. So to be that ignorant and to say that you got something to really go, like I said, I like to cover a lot of ignorance and a lot of stupid things that people tend to say, and that is stupid. That is 1000%. They're going to find out what we call a Chirac. All right, man. You about to get a whole lot of people. If you thought that there were graves being made over there just because of the ongoing wars, civil street wars that's been going on for decades, it'll be way worse when the United States military rolled through there. If you thought that you saw graves, that you was going to funerals, it's going to be looking like Kingdom Come. Shout out to Alex Ross. It's going to be looking like Kingdom Come. If you don't know what that book is, look up DC Kingdom Come, and you'll see a variety of variant colors covers where you got Superman at the front, and you got all the superheroes in the background. A lot of superheroes died that day because a bomb went off. And a lot of the superhero community, almost like 80+% of the superhero community was gone in a flash. So again, that's what it's going to be looking like. And you saw Superman looking at the grave sites. I'm talking about it was graves as far as the eye can see. That is what can potentially happen if the United States government deems it so. If they deem you even possible of being 1% of a threat, it is over for people that are not even a part of that situation. This is why I keep trying to tell people, stop asking for something that you realistically are not ready to sit up there and see, nor could you defend yourself against. Stop doing that, because you're not only enlisting yourself, your life of which you can't protect, but you're enlisting the lives of other people that have nothing to do with the situation, just to try to prove a point that you are the toughest one directly out here, all to be sitting there in rubble and ash and fire with nobody that you know around you. But like I said, sooner or later, people will, I guess, wake up. Probably later rather than sooner. But, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Lisa said the government can just shut off the water, electricity, and the internet. Yeah, it's that simple. And the funny part is, and this is the craziest part for what is it, like a lot of the Republicans or the conservatives or whoever, when they start speaking, I'm like, dog, the government can literally just do a few things to have you cause war amongst yourselves. And I don't think that a lot of people actually understand that the government has so much power that they don't even have to waste ammunition. They don't even have to waste the energy of putting out tanks or the best of the best. They can just simply cut off the electricity, which cuts off communication, which cuts off the ability to go to the hospital if you are wounded, which then cuts off the ability to even make prescription medication. So you got a lot of people just gone just off of prescription medication, those who got weak immune systems or the elderly or newborns. And then the rest are going to be out there scavenging and fighting amongst themselves like vultures and lions, trying to go through a CVS pharmacy or trying to go through their local Kmart. I'm not even sure if we still got those no more. Trying to go to a Big K or a Super K or a Walmart, Super Walmart, whatever it is, and they're trying to just get everything that they supposedly need. And then you're going to be fighting amongst yourselves. It's going to be chaos. There's going to be loss of life and casualties directly dealing with that. And then the other stage is allowing the chaos to basically reign for about a week or two to about a month. Pretty much once you allow that to run to a month, everybody, the storm is pretty much over. You're just going to have factions that are going to, be spread directly out in territories and all that other type of stuff. And that's when you're going to have the military and everybody else come directly through to set in order. That's when you're really going to start to see something, when the numbers are thin, when the herd is thinned out, because the herd did it to themselves. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. Lisa said, have you seen the movie The Purge? Yeah, I have seen that. You said none of that is going to happen. Stop fantasizing. Okay, cool, no problem. I'm gonna be with you directly on that same walk. So shouldn't we say the exact same thing when everybody is preaching about these outside entities that want to see the downfall of America, that are intruding on America? They got super cells, they got sleeper cells, they got all these other people trying to break down America internally. Shouldn't we stop fantasizing about that as well too, since we're on this walk, on this journey of understanding and truth? Because it's crazy to me how I say something and that these are things that have been portrayed and that people have talked about even beyond me. I've heard conservatives talk about this, independents talk about this, heard Democrats talk about this. I've heard all three of these parties talk about these things, but magically it's superstition. These are things that's not going to sit up there and happen, right? So I just want to say, right? So the same way that you said that none of that is going to happen, right? Wasn't it not too long ago when the United States government told you that aliens weren't real and that they didn't exist? Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't we have a movie? Because I'm going to your next your comment. Didn't we have a movie called what was it, Contact of the Third Kind or something like that, where aliens, came through and made contact with human beings? Didn't we have E.T.? Didn't we have Independence Day? Right, but again, it was a fantasy, right? It's not real. Aliens don't exist. There's no other life outside of us in this whole universe. God created a universe where we are the brightest and we are the smartest of all intelligent life, right? There's nothing else that exists. So why is it now that the United States government is basically telling us that aliens exist and that they're real? I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to understand, right? Since we're fantasizing, since we're living in this fantasy of something that doesn't exist, something that's not real, right? The government told you aliens are not real. They told you aliens don't exist. But in 2024, 2025, they've been holding open hearings showing you where it's like, oh, we shot this unidentified flying object with one of our missiles. It split it in half and kept going at the same speed. Golden Brown, explain that to me. Explain to me how an unidentified object of which the government doesn't know what it is, they're holding open hearings about, was shot on footage with a rocket. It split it in two and kept going at its normal speed. How does that work? What is that? Am I looking at AI? Is the government giving us AI now? Is that government footage of them talking, of all of those people speaking, is that just AI? Is all of the other footage that the government has been putting, is that just AI too? Is all of those open talks, is that AI as well? Let me take it to another effect. Didn't Trump just recently sign something where we have a space force? But yet aliens ain't real though, right? They don't exist. We're living in a fantasy, right? You said what? You said each star is a billion years away from every other planet from another planet. What are you even saying at this moment in time? Somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't scientists and the government tell us that we have an object that came into our solar system that is coming directly towards Earth and they don't know what it is? So what are you trying to say? Like, okay, so that's great. So every star is billions upon billions of light years away from one another. Explain to me, how do we have an object coming outside of our solar system hurling at record speeds towards our planet? And I think what is supposed to come here or be here around like November, December somewhere. Explain that to me. Again, the government and everybody else is telling us about this. But like I said before, you still didn't answer the question. I thought we were living in a fantasy, right? I thought we were fear mongering, right? If we're talking about aliens and stuff, we're talking about stuff that doesn't exist. It's movie theater, it's Hollywood. But yet we're looking at the government tell us that it exists. Oh, that's been happening so aliens have been coming to Earth for millions of years. But so why would the government lie to you initially then? Why would they lie to you initially and not tell you? Versus they wanting to open up and tell you now. That seems a little bit suspicious. I'm not sure if you understand. I'm not sure if you understand what it is that I'm even like. I think it's just like you're just missing it at this moment in time. There was also a very strange video that took place. Let me see if I can actually find it real quick. Where is this dude located? I'm trying to find when it was just like a rock. Right? So let me just get this real quick. No. I want to use a better version of the footage. Right? There was this guy over, I think in like South America somewhere, where it was a meteor that came down. He filmed the meteor coming directly down, and he picked up what appeared to be, I guess, the residuals of that meteorite that landed. It was fire and everything directly around it, yada yada yada. And oddly enough, there is a thing directly growing from that media. And again, like I said, take it with a grain of salt. Could be Hollywood special effects. It could be a symbiote from Spider-Man, running loose, because we did have that, in the movie. So, take that, again, with a grain of salt. But I find it very weird, the thing that is directly on there. And wait, he had to go to the hospital? Oh, that's crazy. No, my bad. I'm on TikTok right now, and I'm trying to get this real quick. So let me just highlight this, right? Because we're on a whole thing of people saying like, oh, everything is fantasy, it's fear mongering. Stop talking about the movies and all this other type of stuff. Aliens were movies for the longest time. You ever seen Lost in Space? Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, right? Lost in Space. You ever seen Star Trek? All of that stuff. That was stuff that was just like, it doesn't exist. It's not real. How could it be real? We don't have the technology. Aliens don't exist. All this other type of stuff. But yet we're here. Right. So let me get this clip directly up there. Let me just.
Videos como este cuando era más pequeño y con otra forma. Vamos a molestar a nuestro amiguito. Está creciendo.
Because I'm just trying to figure out what that is. Because in other videos, you could see the thing basically breathe. You could see it move. And it's grown. This is an earlier video. And people are basically saying that the reason that it's grown from the content creator, looking at the comments, was due to the fact of sunlight and other things directly out there. So this is why he keeps it enclosed, and he really doesn't try to give it a lot of light, because it basically grows off of that. But when you give it and put it near, wait, is that the area that he got it from?
No entiendo qué será esto.
I'm guessing that's the area that he got the rock directly from. I guess he's showing you how it glows in the dark, I guess. I don't know. Somebody who speaks Spanish can sit up there and tell me. You said, so why does he have it and not the government? You have to ask them the question. You have to ask. So I'll put it to you like this. Why would the government lie to you about aliens and then decide to tell you that they exist right now? I'm a little bit confused. This dude is clear cut somewhere in South America somewhere, and he was able to get this because the meteorite or whatnot, whatever it is, fell. Right? Cool. No problem. I'm still on the fact on how it was that the government, for decades upon decades upon decades upon decades, sat up there and told people that aliens don't exist. Oh, it's swamp gas from New Orleans that's reflecting off of the water molecules, hitting Venus, and then that's reflecting from Venus off of the moon, and then reflecting back onto the clouds on Earth, giving the appearance of UFOs flying in the sky. Aliens don't exist, right? That's the type of stuff that they would normally say. And I kept telling people that when they tell y'all these lies, they are laughing at you, because you're going to believe the lies that they tell, because it's the government. There's no critical thinking anymore. You're not going to question it. For decades upon decades upon decades, they told you aliens don't exist. But now you're finding out, it's like, okay, we got UFOs above us and we got UFOs in our water. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused. Like I said before, it's like, dog, don't come here and try to tell me that I am preaching some type of fear mongering. But then the greatest fear mongers, the greatest ones to ever wield that weapon have been governments. The greatest ones to ever wield the weapon of fear. Fear is the greatest weapon known to man. Greatest weapon. It has turned the tides of wars all across this planet. And governments and the elites have always been in control of it. So all I'm sitting up there saying is, if the government lied to you about aliens and now they're telling you that they exist, and now Trump has a space force. I don't even know what a space force is. We don't have Gundams. The Japanese are the only ones that I know that make mobile suits. We don't got Gundams. We don't got Neo America where we got Gundams for all 50 states. We don't got that. We don't got those capabilities. We don't even got mobile suits. So I'm not sure where people are at this moment in time to think that we got some mobile suits or some Gundams out here like Wing Zero, and you're about to come out with the double Buster Beam cannons, and you're about to obliterate a whole fleet of aliens. How do we got a space force? We can barely fight for ourselves amongst other humans. How in the blue hell are we going to be fighting somebody that's something that's greater and more intelligent? What? Huh? Question. Like, what are we talking about? That's crazy. That's diabolical. Neo America. I'm talking about G Gundam. If anybody's a fan of Gundam out there, you got Neo America, Neo Japan, Neo Poland and Germany, and stuff of that nature. So yeah, that's what I'm referencing. Oh, you already know. You already up on there. I see you. I see. Yeah. You already know. I got you. I see you out there. Got a Gundam fan directly out here. I see you. I see you. But yeah, like I said, that's all I'm talking about. Who was that for Golden Brown? That's all I'm saying. It's like, dog, like it's crazy to say that I'm the one that's trying to instill fear, but the government has been doing this. I can't instill something that's already been there. The only thing that I can just do is just talk about it and make people aware. And that's what I've been doing by having this platform and, bringing up these videos on top of, other topics directly out there. But, like I said, nobody wants to look at the obvious or talk about the obvious. I, myself, has to be the problem child. Not the government, not the ones ruling it, not the ones over it, not the ones facilitating the means of which the government can do the things to the American people. Like I said, it's crazy. You said right now you are not providing the points. Maybe that's because the Chinese are planning to fight the war on a different. I did bring up the fact. I'm just specifically on the aliens. I'm just specifically on the aliens. If I want to sit up there and talk about China winning a war or doing a war, they've already won that war, and I'm talking about technologically. They've been doing quantum and they've been doing computers. They're making everything that you're talking on. Let me see, Golden Brown. You're more than likely either on a phone, number one, or you're on a computer. Either be a normal desktop or a laptop. One of those three choices. All of those things are made, or those parts are made somewhere by Asians, somewhere over there in China or whatnot or whatever. We don't really facilitate and make our own things. We outsource and allow everybody else to make stuff. It wasn't that long ago, I looked at a cardboard box and it said made in China. That's crazy to me. We don't even boxes. Like I said, I worked in Whole Foods and I told people to pay attention to the foods and the stuff that they give their kids because I might still have that picture somewhere. I got to look. But there was a picture where I looked at one of the back of the apple juices that I was putting on the shelf and it said the apples were basically from a multitude of countries. So you had like Russia up there, China, you had like Venezuela and stuff. Nothing was American. I'm like, so we don't got apples here? We don't got apples that we can just press and juice and formulate into some apple juice to give to kids or to people. We got to get this apple juice and stuff from other people? Huh? Like I said, man, hey, if I want to be real, China set up there and won the war technologically when it deals with who is making what in the United States. It took them 20 or 30 years to basically plant the seed to get it to grow, and they did it. And as one of their representatives have stated, which I reported on before, they said by the time that 2030 or 2032, China will be so far advanced that the world will be looking at them as the tech hub. When anything deals with tech, when tech needs to come out, when tech needs to be produced, when it deals with any type of ingenuity or breakthroughs, everybody, the whole world is going to look at China. That's what they said. And I'm looking at all these other countries sitting up there making moves. And at this current moment in time, I don't see nothing of America making any moves technologically, especially when it deals with the kids. I don't see them trying to get kids into robotics, trying to write CC programming, learn Ubuntu, learn Linux, or any of these other do anything with coding. This is not things as progressive as people want to sit up there and say that America is, as forward thinking as people want to say that America is. America's doing everything but being that. They're not trying to elevate people to sit up there and become better. They're making slaves. Everybody else is sitting up there making sure that when they reach this world stage that they're going to be better than America, and they're doing that. So again, I'm just trying to figure out how we got a space force when we barely got the technology for ourselves. Huh? Like I said, when's the last time that we went to the moon? Huh? But we got a space force though, right? Don't we got something called what's the radiation belt? What is it, like the Van Allen belt? Let me just make sure, because I could be correct. Right? Let me just, what is the Van Allen belt? Let me see. So it says that the Van Allen belts are two donut-shaped zones of high-energy charged particles, primarily electrons and protons, trapped by the Earth's magnetic field located by the low Earth orbit. And I remember that people have stated that that is highly radioactive as well, right? Because all of the stuff that doesn't go to the planet is basically trapped out there because our magnetic field basically, pushes it outward instead of allows it to come inward. So again, I'm just trying to figure out what tech do we have for a space force. We got aliens coming directly towards us, or aliens above and below us, but yet we can barely even leave the planet. A NASA scientist, of which I've covered before, he said that at the moment in time, we had the technology on how to get to the moon, in his words, in a second, but yet we lost that technology. How do you lose that technology, but yet you got a space force? NASA is supposed to have the smartest people on the planet working for them, but they lost the telemetry. They lost the mathematics. Huh? They lost the equations on how to get us from here to there. How does that work? Huh? Like I said, man, like, yo. Ah, man. Oh, my God, the foolishness. Oh, my dear Lord. Like I said, I'm still waiting to be provided information on how it is that all of this is able to sit up there and happen, and all of this has been unraveling. But you're talking about like, yeah, you ain't really giving no solutions or pointing out the real. I'm pointing out a lot of problems. You just ain't picking it up. You ain't trying to walk with those things. You're just allowing all of those things to fall and hit the floor and become dead weight, and you're just moving directly through it like you Neo in the Matrix, ducking and dodging and weaving, just escaping. I'm like, you don't see none of the thousands of things, all of these rain droplets all over the place that are problematic. It's not actual rain, it's acid rain. It's something that's meant to sit up there and destroy. It's something that is not healthy. Right? But whatever. Gail said, what is that on the screen? Well, supposedly, Gail, at this moment in time, it is an alien. That is what we're looking at. That is what we're looking at this moment in time, right? Somebody said there is a firmament over Earth, so what space? I mean, well, if I go directly into now it's time to go into the conspiracy corner. It's only a few of us here anyway, so it doesn't actually really matter. Now it's time to go directly into the conspiracy corner. Do I actually have the, was it a video? I think somebody took a video. I think that's what I'm actually looking for. There is this video here, right? Wait, it said invalid type? Brother, what? Hold on, let me see something real quick. Wait. How is it an invalid type? That don't make sense. Right? So we're looking at this. This is in train station or whatnot or whatever, right? So I want people to pay attention to one thing. I want to be very, this is, again, I got it for intensive, I got to be like TikTok, for entertainment purposes only. For entertainment purposes only. This is not real. This is just for entertainment purposes only. Right? So I want to go back to this part of the video, right? We can clearly, we know what this is, right? We know that this is the United States. clearly. And I think maybe up there you might have like Iceland, Greenland, whatever, right? So we can clearly see that, right? North America, no problem. I need somebody to explain to me, right? You got lands in between, right? Hawaii is not that large. Hawaii is not that large. And I also want people to realize and look at that it's basically you're looking at rings, almost sort of like a solar system, right? In a sense, different planes, different lands, right? Again, conspiracy, entertainment purposes only. So you got that large landmass that's directly right there, which is not Hawaii. I don't know what that is, right? And then next to that, you have a landmass there of which I don't even know what that is. I've never seen that shape before on any type of globe. And then beyond that, you got these other masses right there. I don't know what that is because that's not Australia. That is not Australia, and that's connected to another landmass as well. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But like I said, these are different types of artwork that you can seemingly find around the world, where people have decided to put these up, sort of like the Georgia Stone. So again, I take it with a grain of salt. It could be AI, it could be this, it could be that. No problem. But going with the whole thing, there is a such thing as a firmament. Things of that nature. You also got the other avenue. I think this is a picture as well, too. Can look at that image. That's actually very great work. Let me say, as a person that likes gardens, that likes to look at nature, that's dope. I like that whole thing there. Whoever planned that out. But if you zoom in and look very, very close, you will see and notice some shapes there of land masses of which I don't know what that is. I don't know. Like I said, I know what the continents look like at this moment in time, and I know for all intents and purposes when we look at a globe, we don't have those shapes directly up there. So again, somebody got some explaining to do, but I do understand that in a sense that tall pole or whatever it is that they got directly in the middle was supposed to represent the the Black Rock, quote unquote, and I ain't talking about the company. It's supposed to, in a sense, represent that sort of kind of in the same avenue and or area as this right here, where you would, in a sense, have that type of rock amongst the different land masses and things of that nature and yada 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 and all that other type of good stuff. Yeah, but like I said before, I don't specifically know what those other land masses specifically are, and I really wish if I could find out where this is located. I would really love it if somebody would have made a full above view. Somebody took like a drone and had like an above view of the whole thing. Because again, I know certain land masses here that are recognizable, and I can clearly see some others in the distance. I don't even know what those are. And then you got something directly in the middle. Might be the all-seeing eye. I don't know. But like I said, these are the land masses that are directly to the side. Nobody can tell me that's not China and that's not Russia. That's not even Eurasia. I don't know what that is even in the shape of. Like I said, I got questions. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, go to Brown. You said that's the New York subway. Why is it that nobody has like an above view of that? Or maybe I will have to look for it. I'm not going to say that nobody has it. Maybe somebody was smart enough to actually do an above view. But again, like I said before, I don't know what that landmass is. I mean, if I go by other stuff that I've looked at and read about, I can probably tell you what it is. But that's in the realm of like conspiracy and all that other type of stuff. Like I said, there I got some maps. Do I still got those maps? I probably still do got those maps. But anyways, it goes. Yeah. Carl was like, that's the new GTA map. It probably is. It probably, if Rockstar pulls that off, if they're like, we're going to give you like a landmass this large, this is the brand new Grand Theft Auto. And then on top of the fact that we got, wait a minute, let me look at that again. Oh, yeah, okay, it was the way that the angle technically swung. I want to know, what is that landmass right there? I can guess. I could probably sit up there and tell you. But anyways, going back to the thing that somebody listed, that there is a firmament. What was the main saying? As below, as above, below, and thing of that nature. And somewhere in the Bible it said that God made a firmament and yada yada yada. So yeah, trust me, I know what it is that you're talking about or referring to. I think, what was it? Iran Herbert or whatever it was. He got, something quoted from the Bible talking about the firmament and all this other type of stuff of that nature. So yeah, trust me, I understand what everybody is saying and referring directly to. I get it. Shout out to CERN, always trying to open some portals and don't know where it is that those portals lead to. Shout out to CERN, and shout out to The Mist. That's a great cult classic movie. Great movie. But like I said, it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. Shan was like, I need a whole pic of that. I'm gonna have to look for it online. Let me see if I can actually find something real quick. Let me see. New York subway. I might have typed it in wrong. Yeah. Okay, now I got that. Okay, that's what I'm looking for right there. So let me try. Okay, it's called the World's Map in the New York subway. So I had that typed in wrong. Okay, so now we're going to type that. It's like I have it, but it's not a clear. Well, let me see. They got a. Yeah, it's not really in a sense showing you the whole thing up close. Because I can clearly that is clearly North America. That landmass next, I don't know what that is. Let me get this to y'all real quick. Let me see. Like I said, I don't know what that landmass is. Like I said, whoops, I double clicked on something. So this is, wait, will it show up? Oh no, it didn't show up. They said there was an issue with the file. That's crazy. Issue with the file, no problem. So what I'll have to do is I'll do it like this, that. So then go back here, and I should now be able to post the image. I guess maybe not. Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, that's the one landmass there next to North America that we are able to see, that we can make out to the right. I don't know what that landmass is. I feel like I'm looking at One Piece right now. I'm looking at stuff that I've never seen before. And the one thing that I do understand and know that what was it, General Byrd or Admiral Byrd, whatnot, or whatever, he stated that he's gone all over the world. Right, he's seen every single continent, but he said for any of the explorers that still want to explore, don't dim down your hopes. You can explore past the Antarctic. He said that there are continents out there, land masses out there, the same size, if not larger, than North America. So, like I said before, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. Again, that could be AI. I don't know, because everybody's going to start to say that everything is AI now and nothing is believable. So, people got to take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Golden Brown said that is Australia. Right. So you said that is Australia, correct? So the view that I have of Australia. Right, let me just take a picture of that. Right. So you said that landmass right there is Australia. No problem. Cool. So this is the view of Australia that I got here. So if I'm going to look at this in a sense, that would mean that that image there, that Australia grew, it actually grew in landmass, or the waters receded. So, but if that was the case, then North America would not look like the North America that we're used to basically seeing. So something is not, in a sense, making sense when this is Australia as we see it at this current moment in time. And then you said that that is Australia right there. That looks like a misshapen, like, dinosaur. That looks like one of the dinosaurs that I used to have pretty much as a child. You said that that is Australia, Papua New Guinea, and New Zealand all put together. Okay. All right. Well, what Brandon B. World said, he said that what are we talking about now? Conspiracy. We're we're going into the rabbit hole. Going into the no, because I was looking at, I showed off a video where in the New York subway they got this view of this quote unquote world's type of map, because the main thing that I try to convey is that in a variety of ways the government will tell you stuff because they have to tell you stuff because of karma, or karmic energy, or whatnot, or whatever. So it's like they don't really got to tell you, but in a sense they do, but they'll just do it in a way where they can just make fun of people as they put the information directly out there. And that's what they tend to do, when it deals with movies and all this other type of stuff. I'm trying to see if I can get an over the head view of this map. Oddly enough, I do not, somebody didn't just decide to bring in a drone and just get a an over the head view directly of that map. Like I said, it's some nice work. Whoever designed it and put it together, like, it looks great. I would just like to see a straight overview shot um of the map. I would really, I'll probably just have to look it up on what's the name? Because yeah, there's only like one picture directly of it online realistically, and it's the same picture like 4 to 5 times, which is a little bit weird because normally, like, being in New York, everybody just be taking pictures. Like, people got pictures of every single thing, but when it deals with this, it's not a lot of pictures. It's a little bit weird. Tippy said, I told you it's Dino Island. That's crazy. Both said it's named Oculus. Lisa said, yeah, but no one gets there. You said Leviathan is there. Sham said, no, it looks like the Arctic minus the snow. Oh, you're saying like how big it's supposed to actually be? I can get that. I can get that. But again, if that's the case, right? If the waters basically go back out, that would mean that the water levels would rise, and that the shape that we have of America is not going to be the shape, because the main things that are going to be gone are the coastal cities. New Orleans, like, all of that is gone. Like a lot of like the main sea areas, a lot of America is going to be gone. A lot of the states that we currently have, they're just going to be water, right? Because originally, if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of places, like, you would have like Michigan, you would have New York. Those were wetlands, those were marshlands, and they pulled water directly back in order to construct the things that they wanted to construct on those lands. And this is why they simply say that New York is a sinking city, right? It's a sinking city because it's built on land that was not made to have all of that heavy architecture directly on it. Sham said a lot of the Arctic has receded. Tippy said, I can't explain it, but I think we're not the only ones in this universe. I think that there are smarter versions of us on other planets living in dreams. We are currently on Earth, and how we would look. Lisa, Leviathan is the ultimate creature that got created to separate other nations after the fall of the Tower of Babel. Sham said, yes. they wait. Oh, okay. You said a lot of the area has melted. Gotcha. Lisa said Florida. Yeah, a lot of places gone. A lot of the East Coast pretty much gone. This is going to be out of there. You know. You said it's on John's. Wait, you said JonesGenzel.com. Let me sit up there and type that in. You said JonesGenzel.com. Jones. I gotta go back real quick. Jones. We gotta make sure I type it word for word, bar for bar. All right. Let me see. Gotcha. I see it. I see what you're talking about. Called Oculus. I got you. Okay. Okay. So let me see here. So I wish the what's the name wasn't really so much in the middle because it's a little bit distracting. So I can see what seems to be that has to be South America right there. Where did North America go? Now I'm trying to look for that, and I am not spotting. Hold on, let me look at this again. Okay, so I can see, okay, Africa, South America. Then you have the other areas right there. Not sure exactly what all of those specifically are. I'm guessing that's supposed to be what Eurasia. Huh. Like I said, it's still looking weird. Like I said, I would need to go there to actually see that if you're even allowed in that area. But this is what Mo was referring to. Shout out to Mo for putting that information directly up there. I can't really zoom in because I'm on StreamYard. But yeah, again, the map looks weird. That map looks very, very weird. I can point out the obvious ones again, right? So we can again point out Africa. We can point out South America. I'm going to guess that the landmass to the far left of the eye is Eurasia. I'm guessing, maybe, possibly, not sure, don't know, right? Because let me see. If I look at maybe that has to be the thing, right? Because looking at the tail end part, that should be actually connected to Africa. For whatever reason, it's separated. It doesn't make any type of sense. And then you got the other two masses directly in the, what was it, southwest part of the map. Again, it looks a little bit weird because they got this red type of covering over some of the areas there, which makes it again look very, very odd. And then in between that, it's like you see other smaller land masses directly there. And then on this map, again, I'm trying to point out where North America is because it's obvious. Let me go back to the other map. It's obvious on the other map. Like when we look at this, it's completely obvious what we're looking at there, right? We can clearly see and make out that that's North America. But then when you go back to the other one, it's not as obvious to sit up there and see where North America specifically is. I wish you could see my mouse moving, but what was it? Sham said you can see Italy's boots. Lisa said that is the Eye of Eden. Golden Brown said that's not correct. I mean, possibly. Maybe it might be another version directly of the map, but the one thing that does look a little bit similar and or familiar sort of is the middle part. I think I might have had a close-up of that. I think, what was that, the video? Let me just pause it right there. So technically, we got what seems to be an eye directly there, but even below that, you have North America, right? But then we go to the other map that is either similar or supposed to be of that map. We don't see, in a sense, North America listed directly there. We see other lands. We see other, continents, land masses, there, but don't really see the North America part. Again, like I said before, it's a weird map to me. I would love to sit up there and see it because this type of stuff, I'm really interested in because I'm like, I'm pretty sure that for at least normal people, we've never actually seen what stuff actually looks like. We can only go by science. We can only go by the government, right? They are the heads. They are the main leads when it deals with all this information and disseminating the information to everybody else. So we got a fixed picture in our mind of what the planet looks like, what the continents looks like, but we've never actually seen it ourselves, right? So that type of deal. Yes, Sam. Lee said that's an old map from 4,000 years ago. Sam said next to Europe, you can see Italy's boot, and then the upper part is the Netherlands. You said, so yeah, it's not the Arctic, but it's Europe. And you said the bigger mass is Asia, India, and the Middle East, as you can see in the outlines. And then you said, I'm pretty good at this kind of stuff. Okay, I got you, Sam. I got you. Tibby said they don't teach us this in school. Well, my school, LOL. Sam said, yeah, they taught me this stuff in school. Tippy, Lisa said, you're not supposed to know this. Like I said, the my main thing of bringing up, different types of things, again, to get away from other topics so people can just like relax and all that other type of stuff, is to showcase other things that don't just so happen to get talked about, that get highlighted by way of TikTok, online, and all this other type of stuff. And then what normally happens once information is out there, we'll see TikTok or we'll see X. They'll normally say that, oh, this video is actually AI generated, or this is not real, and we're going to give you the Wikipedia of what the globe and what the continents and stuff like that specifically look like. And I'm like, but haven't we always been given that exact same information? So now that when something else comes out, now you want to try to say that, oh, this is disinformation. But yet when we were talking about aliens, they wasn't trying to sit up there and say that this is disinformation. They really technically didn't have much to say. They on X, they technically left that alone. And they especially left it alone once the government started bringing out those videos. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that for the longest time possible, we've been fixed to believe certain things at a point and to never question it. And now we're at a point in time where people should be questioning everything realistically. Like, has all the science and the stuff that we've been taught, is that actually real? Or is that just the science that they want us to know, want us to understand, want us to fixate on? So we think that that is the finite point so that we won't try to look above or below or try to figure out anything else. Right. Anyways, as I've normally stated, that is normally it. We've been going for about a good 4 hours. Shout out to all 62,099 people that came directly through to the channel. Shout out to those who donated. Shout out to those who took parts directly in the conversation and things of that sort, listening to me yammer and blabber along directly through this. Sham said, don't forget I was a straight A student, both in high school and college, tested high in nationals, both got me seen. Then I had to do it again, tested high and forced me to do an IQ test. It was 174. Sham is out here. And this is why I call Sham a hacker. You shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm purely gonna every single time. Now, Sham, from now on, I'm gonna refer to you as a hacker. I'm going to do it. A neighborhood hacker. That's what it is. Sham. AKA our local trap card. that is what I'm going to refer. You should never have told me all of the information. Now it's going to be used against you every time. Sham was like, no. Yep. So now when I go on Steam and I think you can make a different name from people, I'm going to just put neighborhood hacker. That's what I'm going to do. Friendly neighborhood hacker. That's what I'm going to put directly on the Steam. Oh, yo, it's hilarious. Oh man, hilarious. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation for everybody sitting directly through and listening to the live stream and different things of that sort. Um oh, before I leave, I will sort of to say, Sham, I should be able to help you. I fell asleep last time when I was like after the live stream, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get on the game and play. I ate that food and I just went directly to sleep after that 4 hour live stream. So yeah, my bad. That I was supposed to be on there. But now I made it past. Well, I'm working on one of the other bosses because I got a free the one girl that has the Val blood directly within her. So now I got to do that at this moment in time. And I hated that battle originally, but I did beat that before with my caster, my mage. I got to do that with my mercenary using a crossbow. It's a little bit annoying. I get them pretty much to half health, and then I'll get like one tapped, but that's only due to my health being at like 136. So it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Sham said, I'll be back at 10 p.m. Wait, what's 10 p.m.? D Money was like, Sham sat at the front of the class answering all the teachers' questions. That's bars. That's bars. Tippy said, I was more of a sometimes A, B, mainly C, less in D, and 1F student. It's crazy. Sham said, don't be calling me no teacher's pet. I honestly love education and information. Sham said, okay, can it be late night? I got to finish grocery shopping. I got you. Yeah, more than likely, I'll probably be up. Lisa sent up her laughing. Tippy said, peace, love, and soul. Stay healthy and eat fried chicken and watermelon. Wow. And don't be like Seji, eating and sleeping and might catch the itis. That's crazy. Sham said, I did leave me alone. She put me in front to teach the class sometimes. Lisa said, dragon fruits. Sham said, no. I would be murdered if I got enough. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. D Money said Sham was definitely a hall monitor. Yep. Just like the one girl off of Recess. Yep. Gail said peace and love. Sham said LOL. I was. We can tell, Sham. You were just all over the school. You were like a secondary principal. You were teaching the teachers. Sham was out here. Carl said, strike two, Tippy. Tippy always be saying stuff. Lisa said, what game? Oh, the game is called Path of Exiles 2, or POE 2 for short. It's sort of in the same vein as like a Diablo, type of deal where you go through, you get your character, you get your gear, you go along with, the story or whatever it is that's going on. You go to these variety of different lands, defeat these enemies, upgrade your gear so that, you can make it to the end game. Well, defeat the final boss, whoever the final boss is, and, make it to the end game. Path of Exile is still in preview at this moment in time. I mean, early preview, and you can pay to play it early, which I did, and along with a few other people. I mean, it's fun if you want something that you can just technically just relax and just play, and you might sort of kind of get frustrated on and things of that nature. Path of Exile, that would be your game. You don't have to be a mini maxer in order to play it. Lisa said, play Destiny Mobile. I've seen Destiny. You know what? The funniest thing is, like I said, respect to Destiny players directly out there. I haven't really played Destiny in years. And that was because I didn't like how Bungie was treating the consumer base. Because originally Destiny 1 is my favorite Destiny amongst all of them. I was binging back on 360, had my 20 gigs, and I was up there on the moon and in the multiplayer, just playing that. I was playing like a sweat. Every time that I would wake up, I'm getting directly on Destiny. I'm getting on that demo or that beta, and I'm just sitting up there playing that with my friends. Like I said, the MK12 shotgun, that was my gun, and then they nerfed it. I'm like, I don't like Destiny no more. But yeah, I just didn't like what Destiny did specifically with the player base and how they treated them and how they would always gouge and try to pull money directly from the player base, knowing that they are loyal and that they would support and buy anything that they make. And a lot of the The content that they did was subpar. It had a lot of issues, and they overcharged for it. Every time it's like 60, 70, $80 just for an add-on. That's a little bit crazy. It's like you gotta simmer down with that. And then on top of that, we have the whole thing during that timeline with PlayStation where they had exclusivity when it dealt with we're going to give you these strikes, we're going to give you these maps and these weapons for about 3 to 6 months or a year, and then we'll move it over to Xbox. I'm like, dog, I'm not trying to be a part of it. I'm sorry. It's just it's too much for me. But again, like I said, shout out to those faithful Destiny folks directly out there. Shout out to those faithful Destiny folks. No problem, no hate, no hate. I'm a gamer, so trust me, I understand it. D Money said Sham was a tattletale through school. That's crazy. Sham said I would correct the teacher, and my dad had to come out to the school. Oh, that's crazy. Sham said he would say you were teaching the wrong things to my child. Tippy said, I don't, if it's a racial stereotype, I love me some chicken and watermelon. Oh, shit. Oh, that's crazy. Chef said, no, I didn't tell on kids, but if you cheated off of me, I got you exposed. The crazy part is I had people that cheated off of me before, and they got in trouble and had their papers like basically balled up and they failed automatically. And I still had mine. The teacher was like, yo, you can't be letting people like cheat off of you and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. I was getting A's and B's directly in health class, and people was like, yo, man, let me get this for like $5. All right, cool, no problem. I got that $5. They didn't have that grade on that paper. It'd be like that. No tasty backsies. We don't do that out here. No refunds. It is a one and done type of deal. It's a one and done type of deal. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Lisa said I play Final Fantasy 11 online and 14 remake. Oh yeah. I've heard about Final Fantasy online. I've never tried that. I've thought about trying it. I've wanted to try it out. I never did. I more so played what was it, like Black Desert, Neverwinter, what was the Elder Scrolls, things of that nature. Elder Scrolls, I had a short stint directly, and I played more Neverwinter than I did Elder Scrolls. And I actually made 2 characters in Elder Scrolls, but it just didn't keep my attention. But now where I am with gaming, I could probably go back to Elder Scrolls and actually play it and sit through it and all the other type of stuff. I was just more so there for like the PvP. That's why I stayed on Neverwinter. I had a what was it, like a priest or healer type. I love having abilities where I can heal from like long ranges and I don't have to follow somebody and babysit. That's the most annoying thing. Whenever I have to play a support or a healer on a lot of games, I have to babysit people. That is so annoying. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm getting this is completely a whole different live stream right now. Whole different live stream. Lisa, Destiny Mobile is run by a different company. Netgear, an Asian company. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. I get what you're saying. Tibby says, Seji, some of the blacks on here are getting up. Oh shit. Oh my god. But it's funny to me because I know how I can hear Tibby's voice. So it's like whenever, because I've understood and know some of y'all, and I've talked to y'all before. So it's like when I happen to read comments, I start laughing immediately, and I can't do it internally because I know how people sound. I know their voices. So I know Gail's voice. I know Tippy's voice. I heard Sham before. There was somebody else I've heard Mo as well too. Of course, Brand New World, like a lot of the moderators. So it's like I automatically start laughing. Like I said, I don't know what to I don't know what to do. Oh man, that is crazy. This man D Money said, yeah, Tippy just graduated to high key racist. And Tippy said, I can't be racist. My friend said just play. Oh my god. Ah man. Oh dear Lord. Sham said I tutored a lot of kids my age to help them when when I was in school, especially when they didn't understand. D Money said, "Can't believe Sham was a classroom snitch." It'd be like that. Sham was like, "My name is Mrs. Anderson." That's crazy. Sham was like, "Oh my god, Tippy." Sham said, "Don't be calling me no snitch." Carl said, "Not gonna lie, I was surprised when I heard Sham's voice." Uh, oh man, it's hilarious. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Well, like I said, Sham got two different voices though. You gotta when Sham is like actually pissed though, the tone completely shifts. When Sham is like neutral and like happy, la 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 la, it's completely different. It's gonna shine. The sun is always out, and everything is sunny in Philadelphia. It's all good. It's all good. Sham was like, "Oh, I'm sad." Sham, we playing with you. We playing with you. Ain't nobody serious in here. It's all D Money's fault. It's all D Money's fault. Lisa said, "I'm waiting on Elder Scrolls 6." Yeah. Yep. D Money was like, "Sham be hunched over in class hiding her answers." And Sham said, I use my black folder to block my answers." Oh yeah, I used to do that too. Yeah, and used to go like word by word or whatever. Tippy said her voice is soft and feminine and very sweet. Tippy said no. Oh, that is crazy. Sham was like, "I know." LOL. Yep, Sham got two different voices. When Sham is like mad, then you're gonna start to hear another level. Got to be like Emerald. We're gonna kick it up a notch. Shout out to Emerald. I miss that dude. That was one of the favorite cooks I used to watch on Food Network. But anyways, yeah. My bad. I wasn't even trying to keep going for 15 minutes. But yeah, one of these days, I will give you. You know what, Tippy? I'll make this promise to you. One of these days, you will open up YouTube or get the notification, and I will do a gaming live stream. I'll do that. I got you, Tippy. Like I said, you've been saying it for so many months and years. Even though I have done gaming live streams, it just wasn't games that you like. You're like, "Hey, play some scary games, play some story games," and I'm like, I'm not really for story at this moment in time. I'm just trying to get directly to the action. Just trying to get there. Um. So yeah, we want to see that. We are going to do that, and I just remembered that when I do it, I got to do it directly through OBS because we need to be able to hear the sound and things of that nature. So we're going to get that situation. We're going to get that situated. Sham said, "I got that mama voice if you make me mad." Tippy said, "Game stream." D Money said, "If you plan on doing dirt, don't bring Sham with you." Tippy said, "Not those cardboard games." Said, "Cardboard? Tippy, you play The Sims for God's sake. That's as close to cardboard. Those graphics on there, that has to be like Unreal Engine 2 or 3. That's how crazy that is. And you're still playing for DLC on that. And they're still bringing out DLC. They were like, we don't want to do a Sims 4, and we're just going to keep bringing out DLC because we know that you guys are going to make it, and we make the most money directly from the DLC. So you're not getting a Sims 5. It'll be hell and high water in about 2040 by the time that they decide that they want to do a Sims 5. And I'm like, at that point, nobody's going to care because you're going to have like Enjoy 6 or something like that. Tippy said, what did you money said? The money said, "Sham, I'm not scared of your mama voice. I want to hear it." This man right here. Diabolical work. Sham said, "I played that Moonlight game for you, Tippy." Wait, Moonlight. I think I know what you're talking about. But yeah, if people do want to see some games being played, Sham does every now and again play and stream some games directly on her Discord. Sham is a gaming girl, so she does some streaming, getting her feet wet, when it deals with the streaming scene and doing things of that nature. So yeah, we do got that directly up there. Sham said, Sham was like, "You about to hear? Keep calling me a snitch." That is, oh man, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. It's like I can both hear Sham with the stern voice, and then cussing, and then Tippy with the grumble, grumble, grumble. Oh, this is hilarious. Carl said, "Uh-oh, D-Money, be careful what you wish for." Maine. Oh man, that is hilarious. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, shout out to everybody who came directly through to the live stream, and that was here. I will catch you guys directly in the next video and or live stream. I'm gonna let this sit for a minute, and a lot of videos that y'all were able to see, we're gonna have that uploaded a little bit later, single file format with my opinion directly after. So that is what we're going to do. Tippy said, "I don't like my voice." That's diabolical, Tippy. Diabolical. What was it? Lisa said, "I play." Oh, you said SimCity. That threw me off. I'm like, what game is that? I'm like, that got to be a foreign game right there. You said you play SimCity on your phone, and that is Unreal 4. Huh. But they were supposed to upgrade and bring some stuff directly out. They need some Unreal 5. Unreal 5 got the best graph. Like I said, I feel as though if you play SimCity, you'll like Enjoy. I'm not sure for Lisa, I'm not sure if you got a game system or a computer or a laptop, anything that's able to game at this moment in time. But if you do have something that's upgraded, check out Enjoy. You'll like that way better, graphically speaking. Because even when the detail is making characters or trying to get the character to look as close as you are in real life, that game it does that. It has that for you. Judah said, "I play SimCity Builder on my iPad." Oh, you must have like one of those upgraded iPads to play that bad boy on the tablet. Sham said they got better city builders on Steam. That's true. That's true. Lisa said it's fun. I believe it. I believe it. I believe, like I said, I'm not going to sit up there and knock it. The only time I knock anything dealing with Sims is specifically Tippy. That's the only time. Because she plays 3 games. She plays wrestling, she plays The Sims, and she plays The Sims. Those are the only 3 games. Those are the only 3 games that Tippy plays. We gotta get Tippy into the newer age. Because once you get that system, then Tippy main thing is gonna be like, "I'm broke. I don't got money for new games. They too expensive. I'm frugal." I can already hear it. What is it? Lee said the one free on mobile. LOL. Sham said, "I play just about everything." Yes, we know. Sham, you got all types of like pool games directly up there. DX Grizzle or whatever that is. You get all types of stuff. But I'm pretty sure, Sham, you don't play the dark side of Steam. I'm pretty sure you're not over in those parts with the orcs and all of that type of stuff that's directly on. I'm pretty sure, Sham stays directly directly forward with a lot of the normal games directly out here. D Money said, "I only knock The Sims if it's the only game you play." That'll be Tippy. Tippy said, "Peace, love, and soul. Eat healthy and protect your mental health. Black men protect your mental health. A lot of black women do care. Black women by feminine and soft have more leisure time." Tippy said, "I am and they expensive." Talking about the games. Lisa said, "Computer with a 59." Damn. Well, you completely just blew me out the water. I thought I was good with like the 3080 that I had. Jesus Christ. Look here, y'all rich. Y'all obviously got some money out here. I am far. You guys have outclassed me. I bow down to your greatness. I don't got nothing. Jesus Christ. Just put my computer to sleep right now. I am my computer is shameful at this moment in time. She was like, "Oh, let me drop this over. I got this 5090. Oh, Jesus Christ, got money. Mrs. Monopoly out here. Got the bucks. Sitting on gold bricks. Gold bricks. I don't even know how you got your hands on that. That is crazy. That computer is hot. Straight off the market of China. Let me tell you. That is whoo. You got me there. Let me tell you. I thought I was doing something out here. Nope. I am not like Lisa. When I grow up, I want to be just like Lisa. I want to have a 5090. By the time I get my hands on that, She's gonna have like some type of like AMD black cell directly in her computer, just running dimensions. I'm like, oh man, that's crazy. That's diabolical. Tippy said they're 100 for games plus you got to pay for the DLC. Sham said, nah, I'm not into all that freaky stuff. Sam said, keep it simple for me. Tippy said, I said be feminine. Sham said, LOL. Tippy said, typo. Sham said, I just paid 100 for a headset. Nah, yeah, for the headsets, you gotta pay good money for those. You have to. For good sound quality, yeah. Yeah. Sham said, oh, I'm getting a new graphics. Of course you are, Sham. Tippy was like, damn. Money said a few more of these Charlie streams and you'll be rich, says he. Nah, it ain't even what you think. Nah, streams don't do nothing. Let me streams to just be solely transparent. Streams don't do nothing. The views are great. Streams ain't sitting up there pulling in nothing at all. Views look great though. Like I said, that is very much awesome. Hopefully it helps with like the discoverability. When it deals with the channel stuff like that, that'd be cool. Money wise, no, I it's next to nothing. So realistically, I'm just up here just talking to y'all. So yeah, like I said, it'd be like that. Tippy said, whatever happened to the $20 headphones? Them headphones are cheap. I had those on 360, Tippy. It tore apart. And my headphone, I had to keep that together because I was broke. I ain't had the money. So I had to use a paper clip and basically put that back together so that I would have a working headset for my 360. Tough times, Tippy, let me tell you. How we've evolved. William D said, oh, you're talking about something else. Carl said, hey, yo, Lisa, slide me some money to help a brother out. Lisa said, I got a few Bitcoins. I believe you do. I don't even believe I at no point in time when you said that, do I believe that you're joking or being sarcastic. I believe that you have some Bitcoins. I 100%. Because the other thing that I've pointed out as well is that usually a lot of people that are into tech, those are some of the main ones that also get heavily into cryptocurrency, right? Such as like Doge, Litecoin, Monero, Saya, Raven, Celsius, and all these other types of platforms and blockchains and all this other type of stuff. Usually tech people are the first ones that hear words or whispers of these things and jump directly into it before everybody else. So trust me, I believe it. I still got the video of the one guy who told people when Bitcoin was like $12 to buy. And that dude is like somewhere in the hundreds of millions, if not maybe a billionaire. Because he told people earlier on, like, yo, this is going to be a great opportunity for people. You might want to buy up now. Why it's very, very cheap. And he was 1,000% right. I wish I ran across that. What was I doing in 2012? Or during that extent where he said that? I'm just trying to figure out where I was at the moment. Because I knew about Bitcoin, but I just didn't know at the extent. And that was like when it was, I'm talking about they were running alongside anime ads when I was reading anime off of online. Back when some of the main manga spots, I said manga, when some of the main manga spots got pretty much taken down. I remember during that extent seeing Bitcoin ads. And the prices kept going up, and I'm like, yo, what is this? Why I keep going? I'm like, is this stuff for a game and stuff like that? And then I looked at it, went to like the websites and stuff. I'm like, oh, this seems like interesting, but then I'm like, it looks a little bit too much. I don't really understand it. And as soon as people don't understand something, we automatically think that it's a scam and that we're going to get robbed. So I was like, I'm not even going to sit up here and do it. At one moment in time, I thought about buying it early, but I look back on it now and I'm like, yeah, I should have just risked it and cut some grass real quick and just bought a few and just held them bad boys. But you live and you learn. It'd be like that. It be like that. But Tippy said if y'all could pay me $5, I could get a couple of kits on the Sims. I'm a console player. Damn, I'm jealous. Those PC simmers. LOL. Lisa said LOL. Lisa said, talking back to Sham, she said, is it a Corsair headset? It might be. Or maybe like a Still Series or something like that. Tippy said, Sham over here spending 100 on headphones. Is it noise canceling? Do they talk to you? Sham said, LOL Tippy, which Sims 4-3. D Money said, let me hold 2 Bitcoins at Lisa. Sham said, yeah, they're noise canceling and Still Series. Yep, I know it. And it does talk to you, which it does. It probably says Bluetooth on, wireless on, headset on. Tippy talking about the Sims. Let me see. Carl said, you know what? I'm gonna look into cryptocurrency so I can buy all the Pop-Tarts I desire. You just reminded me. Now I'm gonna have to go out there and buy some Pop-Tarts as well. I haven't had Pop-Tarts in a very long time. Thank you for that reminder from Carl. You just reminded me. I done got all of like the Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks downstairs to my heart's contempt that I've always wanted as a kid. And now I gotta get some Pop-Tarts. Thank you for reminding me, sir. Doing the Lord's work out here. Sam said, can't help you on The Sims 4. I didn't buy into it this time. It's absolutely trash game. EA went insane. Lisa said, get some XRP. One is going for $3,000 a coin in a couple of years. Yeah. Funny enough, at one point in time, I did have that exact same currency. I did actually have that. Things happen in life, and yeah. So it'd be like that, It'd be like that. But I was there. I was there. I know exactly what you're talking about, XRP. And it is moving. It is making waves. A lot of people just don't understand it yet, nor do they understand, blockchain technology and how the system that we have right now, underneath everything that we understand, they're, sliding that directly underneath. So we got like 2 layers. We got the normal system that we have. Then we also got the mesh of blockchain, integrating with all of those different things. That's why I brought people to video talking about what was it? What was that government payment that they came out with last year? The Fed Now. That's what it was. That was basically the main marker that people should have looked at, but like, yo, this is blockchain technology. It's basically, it's always open, pretty much never down, and all this other stuff. Yeah, Fed Now. But people forgot about it. So, Tippy said, I just completed the Bloodline Showcase on WWE 2K. Lisa Goda said 2009. It was less than a cent. Yeah, because the time when I was reading a lot of like manga online, when I was like really getting into it, some of the websites, they would have Bitcoin ads. And I remember that bad boy being at like 15, 25, 50, $1. Like it just kept going up. And I'm like, yo, this is crap. I'm like, what is this? But like I said, you live and you learn. And there's Huggies. So, at this moment in time, it's like, I'm just going to learn from everything that I didn't do and think wisely, pay very much close attention to the field, and, get directly on that. RJ said unfrosted blueberry. D Money said, I got a pack of brown sugar Pop-Tarts. Sham said, picking up some Raisin Brown Crunches. Tippy said, my tag partner is Roman Reigns. Carl said, you're welcome. Said, you're always willing to spread the gospel of Pop-Tarts to you. Tippy said, Pop-Tarts, I like the s'mores one. I'm not really about that life. S'mores is all right. D Money said, Raisin Bran definitely sounded like a cereal Sham would eat. That's crazy. Sham is going to kill you, let me tell you. But anyways, some Raisin Bran. That's the most old adult cereal. I said cereal. Jesus Christ. That's the most oldest adult cereal that you can name. Jesus Christ. That is that's bad. That is 100% bad. But anyways, Tippy said, what's wrong with s'mores? It's all right. I'm more so on like the other stuff like strawberry, blueberry, wild berry, stuff of that nature. Miss me with like the cherry though. I'm not that's not really my forte there. I mean, they got some other flavors directly out there too, but just saying. D Money said it's high in fiber. Diabolical. True said, I miss buying Pop-Tarts that has bioengineered in it. I don't buy any food that's bioengineered in it. Yeah, trust me, I understand. You said strawberry is trash. Get off my live stream, Tippy. Get off my live stream right now. On that note, let me just highlight Tippy real quick. On that note, we're going to end this live stream since Tippy said that strawberry Pop-Tarts are trash. I do not concur with that. It was very hard to get strawberry Kool-Aid and strawberry Pop-Tarts because them bad boys would be the first things disappearing. And yeah, I don't got no time for that, Tippy. That is disrespectful. Disrespectful. Lisa said, good, buy some more XRP. Once Trump destroys the American economy, crypto will skyrocket. The United States government will transfer all $37 trillion of debt to crypto to re-jump the economy. I will take note directly of that. I will do that. I will take note of that. Like I said, rare few times I've had people directly on here come through and list information, about stuff. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, I got y'all next time. Be on the lookout for the video that will be coming directly out, and I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.